Hello, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. We're about to get started, y'all. Today, we're going to be talking about Caesar's deposition. So, y'all come on in.
Daddy, daddy, da, da, da. Oh, stepping mountains. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, step in the court, I'm the eyes and the ears. Dropping the facts, no rumors in here. From the follies to the rulings, I'm spilling the tea. Every dog, every line, yeah, it's all from me. You want receipts, I got the page. Breaking it down, center stage. From subpoenas to them big appeals. Document Tingz, we keep it real. Yeah, Document Tingz, bringing truth to the light. Paper trail strong, yeah, we reading it right. From the docket to the drop, every case, every scene. I'm your courtroom reporter with the facts in between. It's Document Tingz, bringing truth to the light. Paper trail strong, yeah, we reading it right. From the docket to the drop, every case, every scene. I'm your courtroom reporter with the facts in between. No cap, no spin, just the ink on the sheet. From civil to criminal, I'm bringing the heat. When the gavel come down, I'm writing the note. Giving you the story from the filings that show. Contempt or appeal, I'ma let you in. Settlement talks or a jury win. Public records, private fights. Document Tingz, keeping days and nights. Document Tingz, bringing truth to the light. Paper trail strong, yeah, we reading it right. From the docket to the drop, every case, every scene. I'm your courtroom reporter with the facts in between. Document Tingz, bringing truth to the light. Paper trail strong, yeah, we reading it right. From the docket to the drop, every case, every scene. I'm your courtroom reporter with the facts in between.
All right. Welcome in. So, today we are here to have a conversation and to go over Caesar's deposition. So, I'm here to read it for you. I know it's a lot of pages, but I'm here to read it for you so you don't have to. So, to get started with, I want to set out this copyright disclaimer under Section 107, just literally saying that, hey, I'm not a paralegal, I'm not an attorney, and I am not a judge. I'm just simply showing that I know how to read. All right. And so, with that being said, let's go ahead and get into what we came here to read. Okay. So, when it comes down to Caesar, I think that this was very interesting. Very interesting when it comes down to this deposition here. All right. So, let's get started. So, if you have these court documents pulled up, or if not, hey, read along or just listen, okay? So we're going to start here on page 10 because this is basically where the deposition starts. So I'm going to get started. Hopefully it's big enough for you to see. I can see, but hopefully you can see this as well. All right, so let's get started, y'all. It says the videographer, I'm sorry. We are now on the record. My name is Steve Peterson. I am a notary public contracted by Steno. I am not financially interested in this action, nor am I a relative or employee of any of the attorneys or any of the parties. Today is Friday, July the 25th, 2025, and the time is 10:26 a.m. Pacific time. This deposition is taken at, and it gives the address there. All right, we're going to skip over that. The name of the case is Pete versus Cooper, filed in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida, case number 1.24/CV/24228/CMA. This is the video recorded deposition of Ceasar McDowell, Volume 1. The attorney taking this deposition is Marie Hayapetian. Would counsel please identify yourselves and state who you represent? Ms. Hayapetian. Good morning. My name is Marie Hayapetian. I represent the plaintiff, Megan Pete. I am joined by my colleague, Bommy Lee, and my colleagues, Anna, Lena, or however you say it, Alana, if you want to say it like that, Harris, remotely, and our paralegal, Gabby Trevino. Mr. Hayden, good morning. Now, if y'all don't know who Mr. Hayden is the gentleman who is from Unite the People, okay? So let's get into it. Mr. Hayden, good morning. Michael Hayden for the deposed Ceasar McDowell as his attorney and attorney of Unite the People, Inc. Here with legal assistant, Araya Banning, Mrs. Dixon, hi, Rhonda Dixon, and I represent Milagro Cooper. The videographer. We are ready to proceed. The court reporter today is Ronnie Savosky with Steno. Would the reporter please swear in the witness? Okay, so the court reporter. My name is Ronnie Savosky. I am a retired shorthand reporter licensed in the state of California. My license number is 12359. I will now swear in the witness, Ceasar McDowell, having first declared under penalty of perjury to tell the truth, was examined and testified as follows. The witness, sure. Examination by Ms. Hayapetian. Now, as we read court documents before, the Q stands for question and the A stands for answer. So let's get into it. Good morning. I represent Ms. Megan Pete, and my name is Mary Hayapetian. Could you please state and spell your name for full record? Ceasar, do you have a last name? Yeah, McDowell. And have you ever used any other names? A lot of them. Could you list them out for me? I can't remember them. This ain't going to go good. You know that, right? Just answer. Now, this was Mr. Hayden saying, just answer. And then here go Ceasar. I did. And then here goes Ms. Hayapetian. Could you please list all? He says no. Legal names. Could you please list? He says no. Then he says, you ever hear of Great Ape Beagle? It's a great cartoon. Then she then says, okay, let's go off the record. I'm going to get the judge on the phone because I can already tell this is, and then he chimes in and says, not going to go good. Then the videographer, the time is 10:29 a.m. Pacific time. We are now off the record. A recess was taken. Then the videographer comes back and says the time is 10:36 a.m. Pacific time. We are back on the record. Then Mrs. Hayapetian. Okay, hopefully the mood in the room has shifted since I gave Mrs. Doll a little break to collect himself. And I'm hoping we can get off to a better start now. Have you ever used any other names aside from Ceasar McDowell? A lot of them. How many? I don't remember. Can you name one? No. Why not? Because I don't remember. Okay, do you frequently forget your own name? No, I know my name. Okay, do you frequently forget your own nicknames? They weren't nicknames. You said that I use any names. Did you use any names? No, I don't remember. Okay, do you have any nicknames? Yeah. What are they? The Gooch. The Gooch? What does that mean? It was the bully on Arnold. Okay, do you have any other nicknames? Nope. Any aliases? And then this was Mr. Hayden chimed in. He said, objection, asked and answered. Then line of questioning Continues. Any names used on social media? Not that I remember. Okay. Is Mr. Michael Hayden at Unite the People representing you as your attorney in connection with this deposition? Yeah, that's him. Unite the People no longer represents Ms. Cooper in this litigation, correct? I don't know. Have you ever been deposed before? I don't remember. Okay. Other than depositions, have you ever testified under oath in court? I don't think so. Have you ever attended a hearing? My own. Okay, what hearing was that? A few of them. What's the most recent hearing of yours you've attended? Parole board. When was that? I don't remember. Okay, and what was the hearing about? Parole. Why were you on parole? I wasn't on parole when I had the hearing. I was in prison. Okay, what were you in prison for? I don't remember. Okay, how long were you in prison? I really don't remember. Objection, relevance. Then she chimes in. Any other hearings you've attended? Nope. And what was the subject matter of the hearing? I said I didn't attend any other hearings. Which hearings are you referring to? The ones you were in prison for. The parole board? For parole. Okay, and what were you in prison for, Mr. Hayden? Objection, relevance. Then that's when Cesar chimes in and says, being black. Oh, was I not supposed to answer yet? Okay, good. That was Mr. Hayden chimed in and said, you can answer the witness. Okay. All right, here go questioning again. Okay, do you understand you are giving testimony under oath? Yep. Do you understand that you are under the same oath today as if you were testifying in court? Yes, ma'am. I will be asking you questions. Sometimes your counsel or Ms. Cooper's counsels may object, but you still need to answer my question. Do you understand? I hear you. When lawyers make objections, they are usually just preserving them for the record to argue later before the judge. The only time you don't answer a question is if your lawyer specifically instructs you not to answer, which happens in limited circumstances. Do you understand? Not really. What don't you understand? What you just said. Okay, so I will ask questions. Sure. Your lawyer may object, but that doesn't mean you do not answer my question. You still answer my question unless and then that's when he chimes in and says, if I want to answer, right? And then that was Mr. Hayden chimed in and said, unless I specify, instruct the witness not to answer, you don't answer. Okay, I understand that, Ms. Hypetian. Because the court reporter is transcribing this deposition, it's also important that you only one person speak at a time. I ask that you wait until I finish my question before you begin to answer, and I'll do my best to wait for you to finish your answer before I start my next question. Do you understand? Yep. If you answer my question, I and anyone who reads that deposition transcript will assume you understood my question. Do you understand? Yep. So if you don't understand my a question, please ask for clarification. Okay? Sure. We can take a break anytime, except we can't take a break while a question is pending. So you'll need to answer any pending question before we take a break. Do you understand? Sure. Are you able to put your phone aside? Sure. Don't you think you could put it face down a little, away from your reach? Are you going to handcuff me too? I can't have my phone. You got your phone. Mr. Hayden, I'll just put mine down too. Ms. Hypetian, have you taken any drugs or medication that could impair your ability to hear my questions, understand them, and read them truthfully? I don't think so. You don't think so? Uh-huh. Have you taken any cannabis today? No. I don't smoke weed. Okay. Any alcohol? No. Any other substances? My eye steroid. Okay, and what's wrong with your eye? That I didn't know. Okay. Any other medications you've taken this morning or in the last 12 hours? Asthma inhaler. Okay. I'll be referring to the plaintiff, Megan Pete, by different names. Megan Thee Stallion, Miss Pete, or just Megan. You will understand I'm talking about the same person, correct? Sure. I'll be referring to the defendant, Milagro Cooper, as MilagroGramz, Miss Cooper, or Milagro. You'll understand that I am talking about the same person, correct? Sure. I'll be referring to Daystar Peterson as Tory Lanez, or just Tory. You'll understand I am talking about the same person, correct? Sure. I'll be referring to Sunstar Peterson as Mr. Peterson, or just Sunstar. You'll understand I'm talking about Tory's father, correct? Tory's father? Correct. Sure. You are familiar with what happened between Megan and Tory on July the 12th of 2020, correct? No. Are you aware that Tory shot Megan in July 2020? Mr. Hayden, objection, speculation. Ms. Hyapetian. You know, Troy, I think they messed this up. They probably did a typo. It should have said Tory. You know, Troy was convicted of shooting of Megan with GUN, correct? I don't think that's what it said, but sure. Okay. When I refer to the shooting or July 2020 incident, you'll know I'm talking about the shooting we just discussed, correct? Sure. And Unite the People and UTP mean the same organization, correct? It depends on who you ask. Well, I'm asking you. I like that. That was good. Sure. Okay, great. Did you meet Mr. Hayden? Did you meet with Mr. Hayden to prepare for this deposition? I don't remember. Okay. Did you meet with any other attorneys to prepare for this deposition? No. Did you meet with anyone else at UTP to prepare for this deposition? No. Did you look at any documents with Mr. Hayden to prepare for this deposition? I don't remember. Did you meet with any of Ms. Cooper's current attorneys? No. Did you have a chance to talk with Mrs. Cooper's attorney, Ms. Rhonda Dixon, this morning? No. Okay. Did you prepare for today? I didn't. I just got up and came here. You are the co-founder and CEO of UTP, correct? Unite the People? And it is fine if we call them UTP for short. Sure. So are you the co-founder of Unite the People? Yes. And you are the CEO? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Marking as Exhibit 77. Can I have tab 2, please? Court Reporter 76, Ms. Hyapetian 76. Then we start off with Cesar again. Did we announce who all the people are on Zoom? Yes, we've already announced that. We did? Who is that Los Angeles VC Mobile? What is that? That's this office. Oh, okay. Then we have the technician, Exhibit 77, Exhibit 76. 76. So at this point, Exhibit 76 was marked for identification. All right, let's continue. Is this your bio on the website of UTP? Yeah, it looks like it. Did you write this bio? No. Who wrote it for you? I don't remember. You co-founded UTP with Mitchell McDowell. Unite the People? Yeah. And Mitchell McDowell is your brother, correct? We haven't taken a DNA test, but that's what they say. Mitchell's currently served as the president of UTP? You'd have to ask him. As CEO, you don't know who the president of UTP is? I don't remember. Are there any other co-founders of UTP? No. What is the primary mission of UTP? Why? Why are you asking me that? What the mission of UTP? We are taking your deposition. You are the CEO of an organization, and I would like to learn more about the organization. Mr. Hayden. Objection. Calls for a narrative. Mrs. Hyapetian. Do you want the question repeated? What question? My pending question. What is your pending question? What is the primary mission of UTP? We have a lot of them. Okay, can you name the top two? Yeah, top two. I would say helping the kids and helping the homeless. And how do you help the kids? It's a lot of ways. Mentoring programs, things like that. And how do you help the homeless? It's cold outside. Blankets. Anything else Unite the People does? Yeah, a lot of stuff. What else? Sober living. We do sober living homes for people. And you guys also do legal work? Yeah, we do some of that too. Okay, what kind of legal work? We do a lot. What kind of clients do you take on? The ones that call us. And what kind of clients call you? Black people, white people, Hispanic people, Asian people, people that need help. And what type of cases do they call you for? A lot of different things they call for. Doesn't mean we do them, but they call for a lot of them. Okay, so would you classify that as criminal cases? Sure, we do those. Do you do civil cases? I think so. How did you obtain the financial resources necessary to establish Unite the People? I don't remember. Did you contribute your own finances to setting up Unite the People? I don't remember. Did your brother Mitchell contribute any funds? I don't remember. Who else contributed funds? I don't remember. Did you take out any loans? I don't remember. Did you receive any donations? I don't remember. Does UTP have a physical office? Yes. Where is that? In Long Beach. Okay, how long has UTP had a physical office? I don't remember. When did you establish UTP? 2016. Did UTP have any employees when it first began? I don't remember. How many employees did you have back then when it started? I just said I don't remember. So how would I know how many employees? Was it just you and your brother? I don't remember. Okay, how many employees do you have now? A few. How many? Maybe like 15, 20. Okay, and what kind of roles are those 15, 20? Administrative? Administrative. Okay, and do you have lawyers currently aside from Mr. Hayden? Yes. Who? I don't remember. Okay, would you say you have 2 lawyers working at UTP? Probably so. Okay, maybe 3. I don't think so. How many paralegals do you have there? I don't remember. How many legal assistants? I don't remember. Okay, do you have a best estimate? 15. 15 legal assistants. No, I thought you were talking about people. I'm just asking about legal assistants, support staff. Probably about 10. 10 legal assistants? Probably so. Okay, support staff. Support staff? Sure. Did UTP recruit lawyers from 2016 forward, or did that start later? I don't remember. Did you recall what the first case UTP took on was? No. Do you recall how long ago it was? No. How did you become the CEO of UTP? By working hard. Okay, why did you take the title of CEO? I don't remember. What are your responsibilities as CEO of UTP? I don't remember. You don't know your daily responsibilities? No, I have a lot of them. Okay, can you name one? Work hard. Okay, and so what do you do on a day to day? Work hard. And how do you work hard? I put mattresses upstairs. I lift bunk beds, dressers. I clean out carports. I feed the homeless. I do a lot. Okay, and this is all work for UTP every day. As CEO, are you responsible for determining the overall vision and objectives of UTP? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. What does that mean? Well, I'm not a dictator. Okay. Yeah. So, how do you manage? How do I manage what? Your staff. What do you mean by that? Can you explain? You are a CEO, right? Sure. You lead the company? Okay. How do you lead the company? By working hard. Who at UTP do you have authority over as CEO? Everybody there. Okay, so everyone. That was a good answer. I answered that just what you wanted, huh? Everybody there. Yeah, exactly. Sure. Are there any people in particular that are your direct reports or my direct reports? Yes. I don't remember. Does Mr. Hayden report to you? Yes. As CEO, do you make the ultimate decisions about which cases UTP takes on? No, the lawyers do. Uh, Let me pause real quick, because if y'all don't recall, we have the audio clip of the prison call where he was having a conversation with Tory Lanez about the whole Milagro situation. And wasn't it a certain lawyer that said that they don't think that they should take on MilagroGramz? And didn't Tory Lanez within that same phone call say, hey, isn't this a conflict of interest? And who was it that advised against it? Okay, let's continue. Okay, do you decide which clients UTP will represent? I'm not a lawyer. Are you involved in the decision making of the types of cases UTP should take on? Type of cases? Yes. Okay, and what type of cases are those? Where the people need us and we can help. Okay, those are the ones we take. What's the most recent case you've taken on? I don't know. I don't know. What's the favorable case you've taken on? Tory Lanez. Okay, and which one of his cases are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Which ones? He has multiple cases. You tell me. Oh, I don't know. Which case of his are you talking about that's your favorite? Well, maybe his case isn't my favorite. Alan McIntosh case is my favorite. Okay, and what's that case about? A guy that was basically black while driving and given 25 to life, plus 5 years. And we got him free from prison. That's my favorite case. Okay, and why was it your favorite case? Because he is a good guy. Okay. And how did you meet him? In prison. And where were you in prison? Everywhere. Because you were transferred? Yeah. How many times were you transferred? 20. How come you were transferred so many times? Because I did so many years. They transfer you every year if you're good, and I was good. Okay. Do you control UTP's budget and financial decisions? I don't remember. Okay. Do you have the authority to hire and fire UTP employees? Yes. Do you determine fee arrangement with clients? No. Who determined fee arrangement with clients? I would think the lawyers did it. Okay. As CEO, do you decide how UTP's resources are allocated between different cases? Between different cases? Uh-huh. I don't think so. Between cases, you are saying, yeah, no. Okay, you understand there's a difference between running UTP business operations and providing legal advice, correct? 100% correct. As CEO, you focus on business decisions rather than legal strategy, correct? I don't know. You don't provide legal advice to UTP's clients, correct? That's against the law. You don't have a law license, correct? I don't remember. You never attended law school, correct? Prison. They had a law school in prison? No, they had a prison in prison. Okay, so you didn't attend law school. I went to prison. You are not a lawyer? No. You are not a paralegal? Well, you don't know. I could be a paralegal. You don't have to have a license to be a paralegal. Okay, and that's according to which state's law? I don't know. You look it up. You're the lawyer. Are you saying you are a paralegal? No, I didn't say that. I said I didn't say I wasn't. Okay, are you a paralegal? Yes or no? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, have you gone to paralegal school? In prison. You attended paralegal school in prison? Yeah, they have paralegal school in prison. Did you obtain a certificate? Actually, I have a few of them. Okay, how many paralegal certificates do you have? I think 3. Okay, and are you able to produce those? I didn't bring them with me. Okay, but you have them and they're accessible? They could be. They're from 20 years ago. It was a long time in prison. Okay, so you've been a paralegal for 20 years? I didn't say that. You've had paralegal certificates from prison for 20 years? Just about. Okay, do you consider yourself a legal assistant? Not at all. Do you have legal training? We just talked about that. Do you consider that legal training? I would think so. Yes. Okay. You don't translate languages, correct? And this word here is Swahili. 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 I'm sorry, Swahili. He says, I do. I speak fluent Swahili. Okay. Do you interpret legal documents in Swahili for UTB clients? No. You are not a consultant, right? I could be. I could be a consultant, right? What kind of consultant are you? I just said I could be. You are not a private investigator, right? No. As CEO, do you give instructions on UTP lawyers? Do I give instructions to UTP lawyers? You said? Yeah. About what? About which cases to take on. We already talked about that. I already told you the lawyers decide that. Lawyers decide? You give no instruction on what type of cases they should take? No. Okay. You don't suggest or bring forward the type of cases you'd like for them to pursue? Do I suggest? Boy, you are being slick with that. I don't remember. Okay. Do you help them with legal strategy? Do I help the lawyers? Uh-huh. They went to law school. They know the strategies, not me. So you don't help them with legal strategy? I wouldn't think so. You don't advise them on how to handle specific client matters? Advise them on how to handle? Oh, Lord. What time is this over? I get to have 7 hours on the record. Do you? I do. All right. So, but I get to have all the breaks I want, right? I get some here. Am I under arrest? We just took a break. Okay. When did you take a break? You took a break, not me. You left. I was here at the table. Do you need a break? Not now. Okay, great. So, do you assist the lawyers? No. You don't assist the lawyers? Assist the lawyers with what? How to handle specific client matters. I'm not a lawyer. Okay, so you don't consult with them on strategy? No. Those are lawyer jobs. Okay. Do you provide input on whether they should withdraw from representation from certain matters? Do I provide information? I don't remember. Have you ever told the lawyers to withdraw from a specific case? I don't remember. Have you ever told the lawyers to take on a specific case? I don't remember. As CEO, do you communicate directly with UTP clients? Do I communicate? I don't remember. Do you need permission from UTP's lawyers before speaking with clients? I don't remember. Are there any restrictions on what you can discuss with clients? I don't remember. Do UTP lawyers supervise your communications with clients? I said I don't remember. If I communicated just 2 minutes ago, okay, so I don't remember. You don't remember? No. When there's a disagreement between you and UTP's lawyers about a case, who makes the final decision? We just said 2 minutes ago that they make the decisions about the cases. But when there's a disagreement between how a case should be handled, who makes the final decision? I don't remember. If you wanted UTP to take on a particular client, could the lawyers refuse? Always. If you wanted UTP to drop a client, could you make that decision as CEO? No. Your job is to run UTP's business operations, correct? Absolutely. UTP's lawyers can represent clients without your involvement, correct? UTP lawyers can represent? Sure. You get involved because you are CEO, not because the lawyers need you, correct? Lawyers need me? Do they need you? Or they operate independently? Do you need the CEO at your company? It's a fair question. Actually, I don't even know if my company has a CEO, so that's fine. I don't remember. Okay, so the lawyers, just to get a clarification on my question, sure, the lawyers don't need you to operate their cases, correct? No. UTP has several social media accounts, right? I don't remember how many accounts they have. Do you have one? Yeah. UTP has at least one social media account. Yes. On which platform? I don't know which one. Instagram? I don't know which one. Twitter? Let's keep going. I don't know which one. Now, pause. Now, if y'all don't recall, months and months ago when Tory was getting ready to do his time and he was trying to come out and help him at least try to get an appeal, who did he go live with on Instagram since he all of a sudden don't remember? Do y'all know? But okay, let's continue. Okay, so let's keep going. I don't know which one. Okay, you have your phone, right? No, I put it over there because you asked me to. Okay, Can you check to see? No. Okay. Do you personally manage UTP social media accounts? No. So if we were to open your Instagram account, the UTP's Instagram account would not be logged into your Instagram app? It might be. It might be. Okay. So you are involved in drafting social media posts on UTP accounts, correct? I don't remember. Okay, now pause. Do y'all not recall that post that had went out regarding them giving Milagro legal representation? And wasn't he at the prison house? We have the call evidence on the prison tapes that he was, when he was speaking to Tory Lanez, going over the draft before it was actually posted. Do y'all remember that? Okay, let's continue. I don't remember. You have your own social media accounts. Yes. So when are you posting to your own social media accounts? Do you also share the post on UTP? I don't remember none of that. Okay. Do you have final say so or over what is posted on UTP social media accounts? I don't know who has final say. Okay. Do you know who runs the social media accounts? I don't remember. Do you have a social media marketing manager? Sometimes. Sometimes. Okay. Can you tell me one of your most recent social media managers? I've had a few. Okay, give me one name. Jessie. Jessie? What's her last name? I said Jessie. Jessie. What's her last name? Jackson. Okay, anybody else? There was Jabu. Last name? Different daddy. Oh, Lord. This man just said Jesse Jackson and Jabu, different daddy. Okay. Court reporter requested clarification. The witness, different daddy. Jabu, different daddy. Different daddy is the last name? Uh-huh. Anybody else? I can go on. There's tons of people. Okay. Everyone runs a social media account? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Okay, but you also have the password. And can you post to it? Or you can post to it? I don't have the password. But it's logged into your Instagram. I don't know. Okay, you don't know any way or the other as it can be logged in. If we were to check on your Instagram app right now, you can't check my Instagram app. If we were hypothetically speaking, it could be logged in. Hypothetically speaking, I don't know. Does everyone working at UTP have access to the social media accounts? I don't know. Have you ever sought Tory's feedback or approval on social media posts made on UTP accounts? Okay, so here we go, y'all. Refer back to that prison call, but let's keep going. Okay, so he says who? She says Tory. Tory who? Tory Lanez. Tory Lanez? Anytime of say Tory, I'm talking about Tory Lanez. Oh, okay. Do you have an answer to my question? What was the question? The question was, have you ever sought Tory's feedback or approval on any social media post on UTP's account? I don't remember. You don't remember? No. Okay, do you remember ever talking to Tory about UTP social media accounts? I don't remember talking to him, no. Now, pause. Refer back to the prison call. They have you on recording, going over the post about representing Milagro Elizabeth Cooper. Let's continue. I don't remember talking to him, no. You send and respond to direct messages on UTP social media accounts, correct? I don't remember. Have you ever exchanged any messages with others about Mrs. Cooper? I don't remember. Do you have any direct messages with others about Miss Pete or UTP's accounts? I don't remember. You've received alleged tips concerning the subject matter of this action on UTP's social media accounts, correct? I don't remember. Have you ever communicated with Miss Cooper using any of UTP's social media accounts? I don't remember. Pause. Now, do y'all not recall again where Milagro went live on Instagram and he joined the live to actually let her chat know, her mob members know? I was there at that time, so I could attest to this. Did he or did he not get on Milagro Elizabeth Cooper's Instagram live to say that he will now be representing Tory Lanez for his appeal? Okay, let's continue. Have you ever communicated with Tory using any of UTP's social media accounts? I don't remember. Have you ever communicated with Tory's father using any of UTP's social media accounts? I don't remember. Okay, let's talk a little bit about your background before you founded UTP. According to your bio, you served a 20-year sentence at San Quentin Prison. Is that correct? No, it was San Quentin, but it was only 10 years that I was there. Okay, so how come your bio says 20 years? Because whoever wrote it didn't realize I was transferred every year. Okay, cumulatively or collectively, how many years have you served in prison? 26? 26? Was that for one conviction? No. Different convictions? Yeah. How many years were you in prison? 26. Sorry, what years were you in prison? 1992. 1992. 1992 to 97, and then 2000 and 2020. What were you in prison for? I don't remember. Now, pause. If anybody was in Milagro Elizabeth Cooper's live when he was introducing himself, did he or did he not say along the lines about his wife messing with a cop? In my opinion, that's what I think that I heard. And they got into an argument, and somehow he had gotten arrested and thrown in prison. Do y'all remember that story that he gave when Milagro asked him about his bio and he spoke about why he was in prison and things of that nature? Didn't he give his whole biography on that particular live? See, my mind don't slip. I remember. But let's continue. From 1992 to 1997, I don't remember. You don't recall? Uh-huh. Okay, and then from 2000 to 2020, what were you in prison for? I don't remember. I think I was being black. Being black? Okay. Can I have some water? Sure. Thank you, brother. What crimes were you convicted for the last 20 years that you served in prison? I don't remember. Do you remember what happened that caused you to go to prison? What was the event? I don't remember. Are you currently on probation? Not at all. Is UTP for profit law firm? No. Do you consider UTP to be a law firm? Yes. Okay, has UTP filed articles of incorporation with the California Secretary of State? Yes. What years? 2016. And every year since then? I don't know. Is UTP a legal aid organization? We legally aid people, so you can call it what you want. Does UTP receive public or governmental grants to support its operations? Not at all. Not at all, or you don't know? I don't know. Do you represent clients for free? Yes. Okay. You never take money for representing clients? Oh, yes. Okay. And what prices do you charge? I don't know what to tell you. You'd have to ask them. Who is them? The other people besides me. Who are the other people? The 15 to 20 staff people. Okay, so who decides how much a case of representation in a case costs? I don't know. As CEO of the company, you do not know how much you guys charge for? I think it differs. Being a nonprofit, it probably differs. Okay, what does that mean? It probably a sliding scale. Okay, so what's at the lower end of the sliding scale? Free. Free. Okay. What's at the higher end of the sliding scale? That I don't know. Do you have a fixed rate? I don't think they do. That's different things. Hourly rate? Do you understand post conviction? Yes, you do. Yes. Okay. Is there a difference between the writ and writ habeas corpus and a direct appeal? I don't know. I don't run a law firm. You just said you understood. I don't run a law firm. Okay, you don't know either. Okay, what percentage of clients are considered indigent? I don't know. Is UTP registered with the State Bar of California? Yes. And when did UTP first register with the State Bar of California? Probably in 2017. What is your involvement in UTP's legal matters? I don't know. While supporting UTP's legal matters, have you ever been under the influence of any impairing drugs or substances? Why? What? Say that again, please. I don't understand your question. Sure. While supporting UTP's legal matters. While supporting UTP legal matters? Uh-huh. Mrs. Dixon, she then chimes in and says, objection, relevance. Then Mrs. Hyapisha, she continues, have you ever been under the influence of any drugs or substances? When? At any time when you were helping UTP? Mr. Hayden, you can answer. I can answer? Yeah. No. Okay, have you been involved in preparing witnesses in this case for their depositions? Preparing witnesses for their depositions? I don't know. Okay, did you communicate with Tory before his deposition? I don't remember. Okay, now pause. Do y'all not recall that post that had went out on UTP of him saying, hey, good luck trying to get him the Depo because he ain't going to do it. And then come to find out he acted a fool in his deposition. So how did you know he wasn't going to give a deposition if you didn't, that, in my opinion, that's a question that I have. But let's continue. Did you communicate with Sunstar before his deposition? Who? Sunstar. Who is that? Tory's dad. Oh, I don't remember. Did you advise Sunstar on what he should or should not say? I don't remember. At the time UTP was representing Ms. Cooper in this action, did you meet with Ms. Cooper to prepare for her deposition? Who? Ms. Cooper. Milagro Cooper. Did I meet with her? Yes. Did I meet with her? Correct. I don't even know her. Now pause. Do y'all not recall, go all the way back to when the trial was going on? And this was on ABC News. There was a photograph and also a video that was broadcasted of all of them coming out of that courtroom. Remember, he had a poster in his hand and he shook Tory Lanez's hand when Tory Lanez had his child. He was carrying him. And remember, Milagro had that red outfit on in the back. And didn't she or did she not then go on Instagram and do a formal interview with him, basically going off his biography and thank him so much for taking on Tory Lanez's appeal case and trying to get him out of prison? So what do you mean? Okay, so let's continue. I don't even know her. You don't know Miss. I've never met her in person ever in life. Okay, do UTP lawyers instruct you on how to assist them with UTP cases? We've already talked about that. So I'll just say I don't remember. Do UTP lawyers supervise your activities? I don't remember. Do UTP lawyers provide you feedback on your assignments? I don't remember. Are you subject to any or to an annual review for your performance? I don't remember. Do you need to seek Mr. Hayden or another lawyer's approval before speaking with clients? It's the same question 3 times over and over. I don't remember. Do you need to seek Mr. Hayden or any other lawyer's approval to speak to Tory? I don't remember. Okay, did you need to speak or did you need to seek Mr. Hayden or another lawyer's approval to speak to Miss Cooper? Who? Miss Cooper, Milagro Cooper. Who is that? The defendant in this case, MilagroGramz. What is this case about? Now, see, now he playing dumb now. What is this case about? Milagro Cooper is the defendant in this action. Brought by Mrs. Pete. Okay, do you know what it's about? Yes. Unfortunately, it's not my deposition today. Well, I'm just trying to find out. Go ahead. Okay, so this is a case you took on, right? I think so, yeah. Okay, so you don't know what this case is about, but you took it on? I don't know what's it about. Okay, you just took on a cause Tory told you to? Because Tory told me to? So now if you start, yeah, Mr. Hayden, objection, speculation, the witness. If you start, I start, right? Mr. Hayden, I said objection, speculation. Mrs. Harpetian, can you answer my question? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, did you need to seek Mr. Hayden or another lawyer's approval before speaking to Miss Cooper? I don't remember. Okay, you are aware that the state of California charged Tory with 3 felonies for shooting Miss Pete on July the 12th, 2020, correct? For doing what? Who shot her? Is that what you were saying? Actually, my question was, you are aware that the state of California charged Tory with 3 felonies for shooting Miss Pete on July the 12th of 2020? I don't remember. You don't remember. Okay. And do you remember that Tory was convicted of 1 felony assault with a semi-automatic firearm? Semi-automatic, sorry. Automatic? Oh, I don't remember. And do you remember if Tory was convicted of illegal possession of a firearm? Was he? And Tory was convicted of negligent discharge of a firearm, correct? I don't know. The jury anonymously found Tory guilty of all 3 felony accounts, correct? I don't know. Now pause. Wasn't you was at the courthouse? We got you live. You was literally on ABC taking a picture. You was there at the courthouse. Okay, let's continue. I don't know. Tory was, he says, they anonymously found him. That's what you were saying? Yes. Is it? Wow. You don't know? I didn't know. Okay, is that not a case you took on? I didn't know his charges. Okay, Tory was sentenced to 10 years in prison as a result of his felony convictions, correct? I think so. And Tory currently remains in prison serving that time sentence. He is still in there? Do you know? You don't know? What? If Tory is still in prison, I don't know where he is at. Now, pause. Now, didn't you just come out here with the whole press conference with a certain some senator going live on YouTube saying that you're trying to bring up new evidence that can try to get him out of prison during his appeal? Wasn't that you in that live video? But you don't know he's still in prison? Okay, then that's my opinion. Okay, so let's continue. I don't know where he is at. Okay, so he might be out of prison. He could be. Okay, I've been in here with you. All right. Tory was proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by a jury of his peers, correct? Jury of his peers? Yep. Mrs. Dixon. Objection. Asked and answered. And argumentative. The witness. What she said. Then Miss High Patience, she continues. What did she say? I couldn't hear. You couldn't? No. Oh, okay. Do you have an answer to my question? What was your question? Miss High Patience, can you read it back? The following record was read. Question. All right. Tory was proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by a jury of his peers, correct? Then the witness. Were you asking me that? Uh-huh. A jury of his peers. That's big. Yes or no question. What was it? Do you have an answer? That was he convicted by his peers? That was the question? Yeah, that was the question. Nah, I don't think he was convicted by his peers. Okay, do you think he was who do you think he was convicted by? Peoples. What peoples? Peoples that was in the courtroom. Okay, you were at Tory's criminal trial, correct? Sometimes. Sometimes? You weren't being paid to attend Tory's trial, were you? No. Okay, you weren't working for any of the lawyers representing Tory, right? I don't know. So you were attending his trial as his friend of Tory? I don't know. You knew Tory well before his trial, correct? I don't remember. Now pause. Now, didn't he give a whole background when he was going off his biography of how Tory would help out the community and he failed to love him? And he said, well, hey, let me help take on his appeal. Do y'all not remember that? Okay, let's continue. Do you remember when you met Tory? No. How long have you known him? I don't know. Best estimate. A lot of days. Okay, so I'm entitled to your best estimate, which is different from a guess. Do you know the difference between an estimate and a guess? This man says 3 days. You've known Tory for 3 days? Yep, for sure. I've known him definitely for 3 days. Okay, have you known Tory for longer than 3 days? Yes. How long have you known him? I don't remember. 10 years? I don't remember. Could it be 10 years? Best estimate. I don't know. More than 5 years you've known Tory? I don't know. Okay. More than 2 years you've known Tory? Yes. More than 3 years? I don't know. You knew him at the time of the shooting, correct? I don't know when the shooting happened. July the 12th of 2020. I don't remember. Okay, so you knew him at trial and that was 2022. Was it? Yes. How did you end up going to Tory's trial? I drove. You drove. Great. And how did you end up knowing Tory well enough to end up going to his trial to support him? I don't know if I went there to support him. I went to the trial. I don't know how. Now pause. We have that picture. Literally, I can y'all can go back and look on my post. He had a freaking poster. What do he mean he don't know who Tory is? It's a little picture from ABC, and he had a post in his hand talking about Tory. But okay, let's continue. Okay, well, if you were there to support him, what were you there for? I don't remember. Tory was sitting on UTP's advisory board, correct? Oh, see, for some of y'all that do not know, they spoke about this as well during that biography interview that he had with Milagro. So let's get into it. So Tory was sitting on UTP's advisory board, correct? He says, sure, including at the time of the trial. He says, I don't remember. Tory was also contributing financially to the organization, correct? And then that's when he says, I don't remember. Okay, so here goes Miss Hypatia. I'd like to mark as exhibit number 77. This is tab 5. Mrs. Dixon, the previous was 76. Miss Hypatia said, yeah. And then it says exhibit 77 was marked for identification. Okay, so this is an Instagram post from Unite the People. And I'll read the caption for the post first, which states, hello, my name is Ceasar McDowell, CEO of Unite the People. As you may know, Grammy Award nominated artist and philanthropist Tory Lanez is a 3-year member of the advisory board of our organization. As a whole, we stand for fighting against social injustice, including the prosecution of innocent people. As you also know, Tory is currently on trial and being rigorously accused of something he did not do. What basis do you have for claiming Tory's innocence? You talking to me? Yes. What basis do I have for what? Claiming Tory's innocence, or quote, being I got tongue tied, egregiously accused of something he did not do. What's your basis for that statement? The basis for that statement, it said what again? That he was egregiously. Where is that? Let me read that to you. Where is that? It's the last line of your Instagram caption. Last line on the right side. Tory is currently on trial and being rigorously accused of something he did not do. I stand by that. Okay, on what basis? Oh, I believe he was. Let me read that again. Currently on trial for being egregiously accused of something he did not do on that basis. Okay, how did you know he did not do it? Because I know he did not do it. Because he told you he did not do it? Because I know he did not do it. And how did you come to know he did not do it? Because that's what I believe. Okay, and why do you believe that? Because he's a great guy. Okay, I'm going to continue reading as read. Keeping in line with our common goals, mission, and reform efforts, all areas that Tory has avidly aided Unite the People, Inc. Where were you reading that? I don't see that. That is in the black post on the left. Yes, correct. On the black. As read. So Tory avidly aided Unite the People, Inc. physically and monetarily. We would love for all of you, his friends, family, and fans, to rally and show a united front to protest these charges. And then it says, sincerely, Ceasar McDowell, CEO, and some of your information. Do you recall making that post? I don't remember. Any reason to doubt these are your words? I would absolutely doubt that these are my words. You would or you wouldn't. I would. You would? Uh-huh. So someone else went on Unite the People's Instagram account and posted on your behalf? No. I just don't know if these are my exact words. I don't know where you got that from. I'm looking at this piece of paper, but okay, well, you are welcome to pull out your Instagram and go to this post and compare it. Do you want to do that? If you don't believe me, we have time. We can do it on a break. He says, we can do it all day. She says, yeah. Yay. I have nothing to do today. Same. I'm so glad. Oh, they throwing shade at each other right here. He says, you feel me? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. You want to do lunch after this? Actually, we ordered lunch. So yeah. Did you? Yeah. I would not eat nothing from you people. She said, that's unfortunate. He says, yeah. She says, I'm not making it, but okay. So this is a post from Unite the People, and you believe Tory is innocent. Did anyone else at Unite the People or UTP attend Tory's trial? Yeah, I'm sure they did. Do you remember who? No. Was Mr. Hayden there? I don't remember. You? He is right here. Mr. Hayden says, I can't answer. You have to answer. The witness, which is Cesar, he says, oh, okay. I don't remember. Did UTP help out with Tory's defense before or during the trial? I don't remember. Did UTP begin, and did UTP begin representing Tory? That I don't remember. The other stuff you did remember, you just weren't telling me. Which stuff? Well, I just asked, did UTP, when did UTP begin representing Tory? As you said that, I don't remember. That I don't remember. So the other stuff you remembered? No, I said what I don't remember. We got all day, right? Yeah, let's do it. All day. Let's do it. I'm with it. Okay, did you attend every day of Tory's trial? I don't remember. Did you attend most days? I don't remember. You met Miss Cooper in person at Tory's criminal trial, correct? Now pause. Go back to that ABC photo and the video. But okay, let's continue. He says, I don't remember. I don't think so. Okay, so if Miss Cooper testified a few days ago that she, quote, I met Cesar at the trial of Daystar Peterson, she could be right. I just don't remember. Okay, what's this? Do you know who Miss Cooper is sitting here today? I don't see her. But you know her? Who? Miss Cooper? No. You don't know her? No. You don't remember meeting her at trial, but she could have, she could be, she could have, she could be, right? And do you think that was the first time you would have met her in person? I don't think I met her in person. I don't remember, but there was a lot of people at trial. Did you go to trial? She says no. Oh, you weren't in criminal court? I'm sorry, what did you say? You weren't allowed there because you are not a criminal attorney? Actually, that's not the argument for being in court. You were there and you weren't a criminal attorney. Feel me, but I'm there. Okay, you have nice hair too. Oh, there they go with the hair. Now, this is Cesar telling her she had nice hair. And did that go into correlation with what Tory Lanez did during his deposition? Talked about the girl here, talking about combing it. But you don't know he's still in prison? All right, let's continue. She says, thank you, I appreciate it. He says, you are welcome. Did you know Miss Cooper prior to trial? Who? Miss Cooper, Milagro Cooper. The person I already said I didn't know. I'm just trying to see if your recollection has been refreshed at any point throughout this day so far. Okay, cool. I don't remember. Okay, do you have Miss Cooper's phone number? Who? Miss Cooper's phone number. I don't know. You don't know? I don't know. Okay, how did you end up talking on Miss Cooper's case? I don't remember. Did you exchange phone numbers with Miss Cooper? I don't remember. Did you exchange any documents or note with Miss Cooper during Tory's trial? I don't remember. At any point during the trial, do you convey any information to Mrs. Cooper? I do not remember. At any point during the trial, did you communicate any information to Mrs. Cooper at the request of Tory? I don't remember. How about anyone else in his circle? I don't remember. What information did you communicate to Ms. Cooper during Tory's trial at his request of that of anyone in his circle? Mr. Hayden, objection, speculation. You don't remember that either? No. Okay, but you did communicate information to Tory? Mr. Hayden, objection, speculation. I don't remember. So you don't, objection, assuming facts. I can't hear her. Can you repeat that, please? Mrs. Dixon, assuming facts not in evidence. Mrs. Deposition. So you don't remember what information you communicated to Ms. Cooper from Tory? Mr. Hayden, objection, same objections. The witness, are you insinuating that I did? I'm asking. I just told you that I don't remember, but you're insinuating that I did. I said I don't remember. Actually, sir, I wasn't done with my question, so actually, I answered. Mr. Hayden, wait until she's finished. Mr. Deposition, I am trying to get clarification on what it is you don't remember. Oh, okay. It seems like you were trying to say I did something. That's what it seems like to me. Well, okay. If you let me finish my question, sure. I think we can get to where we need to get. Which one, though? You just finished, and I was still answering. Then you started again while I was still answering. But you said you are not finished. So what is it that you don't remember? Anything? You don't remember if you gave information, or do you know you didn't give information, or you don't remember what information you gave? Objection, says Mrs. Dixon. It's a compound question, vague and ambiguous. The witness, are you done? I'm done. Okay, I don't remember. Tory is UTP's most well-known client, correct? Mr. Hayden, objection, speculation. The witness, are you done? I don't know. Ms. Deposition, you don't know? Uh-huh. Do you have any clients that are more well-known than Tory? Mr. Hayden, objection, speculation, relevance. I don't remember. Okay. Tory attracts significant media coverage and publicity for UTP, correct? Objection, speculation. I don't know. Potential clients reach out to UTP because they know UTP represents Tory, correct? Objection, speculation, says Mr. Hayden. I don't know. UTP has donors who contribute financially because of Tory, correct? Objection, speculation, Mr. Hayden says. Assuming facts, not in evidence. Cesar, I don't know. In fact, donors give a specific intent of supporting to free Tory's movement, correct? Same objection, says Mr. Hayden. I don't know. UTP racks up the highest costs and fees in representing Tory. Mr. Hayden, same objections. Here goes Cesar. Say that again. Just let me hear you say that again, because I don't hear it. Go ahead. UTP racks up the highest costs and fees in representing Tory, correct? UTP, I want you to explain that, please. Okay, let's break it down. UTP, racks up what? Its highest costs and fees in representing Tory. No. What case brings you in more money than Tory's? Damn near everyone. Really? Yeah. Now, why is that? Because it's a lot more of them. Okay, but I'm talking about what's your most expensive case. The one that brings you in the most money. I don't know. But it's not Tory's? I don't know. Okay, Tory contributes financially to UTPs outside of his own legal fees, correct? I don't know. Okay, Tory has helped pay the legal fees of other clients represented by UTP, correct? I don't know. And he has also helped pay the fees for Mrs. Cooper, correct? Mr. Hayden. Objection. Speculation. The witness. What was the question? I was coughing. I'm sorry. No problem. Tory has also helped pay the fees for Mrs. Cooper, correct? No. That one. You remember? What did I say? You said no. Then I must have remembered. Shocked, I know. You remembered something. I must have remembered. Mrs. Dixon. Objection. That's argumentative. Mrs. Hypatian. Is it? Mrs. Dixon. Yeah. The way you were talking with him is argumentative. Mrs. Hypatian. Thank you. I agree with her, says Cesar. Let's see how long it is you are going to agree with her for. Just hang out. Stay with me. I'm here. Let's do it. Come back to me when we get on page 50 of my outline. Sure, let's do it. Let's do it. Let me know when you're at page 50, please. I will. All right. Okay, so according to your website, Tory Lanez stopped by Unite the People's office in downtown Long Beach and donated $50,000 to pay off the legal fees for 30 families. Do you recall that? I don't remember. Okay. Let's mark exhibit number 78, and we're going to pull up to tab 22, please. Exhibit 78 was marked for identification. Ms. Hyapetian. Okay, let's head towards page 3, which has, and I'll just represent this as a screen grab from UTP's website. The capture link is all on page 1. And on page 3, there is an article link about Tory Lanez donating $50,000. So, who are the clients Tory helped pay legal fees for? Do you want to go to page 3 so you can follow along? It's my website. Oh, you remember. It's my website. Awesome. Okay, so we just read Tory Lanez stopped by, donated $50,000 to pay off the legal fees for 30 families. Is that what it says? Well, he said that's what it says. She says, yeah. Which clients of yours did Tory pay fees for? I don't remember. Okay, but that's included Miss Cooper, right? Mr. Hayden. Objection, speculation. Assuming facts not in evidence. The witness. You are funny. Mrs. Hyapetian, thanks. You are trying. Mrs. Dixon, just a point of clarification. There's no date on this. And he apparently stopped by in person, so he wasn't incarcerated. He has been incarcerated during all times during this, or all times pending this particular lawsuit. So I'm going to object based on relevance. Okay, well, your objections are noted, and they're improper because they're speaking objections. So stop coaching the witness from the left side of the room. And if actually, and then Mrs. Dixon, I'm not coaching the witness. I don't know what the date is. Let me speak, Rhonda. Oh, some shades of tea right there, y'all. If he was out of custody, obviously it's not relevant because he was in custody the whole time. Rhonda, let me finish. I don't interrupt you when you are speaking, please. Objection, relevance, says Ms. Dixon. I don't interrupt you when you are speaking. Please provide me with the same courtesy and respect. And if you were to look up on page 3, on the left side of the screenshot from TMZ, a screenshot that was posted by UTP on his website, the date very clearly states May 17th of 2023. And I think if you look back, he was not in prison, Mrs. Dixon. He was incarcerated. Was he? Yes. Okay, great. So I know for a fact because I visited him during that time. He was incarcerated since the time that he got convicted, which was in December of 2022. He was incarcerated on May of 2023. Now pause. Now you just gave us a timeline that you were aware of Tory Lanez. You wouldn't visit Tory Lanez. And if my memory plays me correct, in my opinion, wasn't she supposed to have been legal counsel to Tory Lanez when he went to trial? In my opinion, is that correct? This is just my opinion. So how did you go from Tory Lanez to now representing Milagro Elizabeth Cooper? Just my question. That's a question that I have. That's my opinion. All right, let's continue. Okay, great. So maybe you want to check to see when his sentencing hearing was. And I know when it was. Okay. She said, She said, great. So court reporter requested clarification. Miss Dixon said, I was there. And then Mrs. Hyapetian, she says, move to strike. And please refrain from any more talking. Objections to coach the witness. She says, I'm not coaching the witness. I'm just giving you some information that you must not have, because obviously he was incarcerating throughout the entire pendency of his particular motion. This complaint that you have right now, he has been incarcerated the whole time. Okay, well, so for him to pay for my client, you are saying he is paying my client's fees in person. He couldn't have done that because he was incarcerated. That's not actually what I said, but okay. That's what you're getting at. How much has Tory paid UTP in legal fees in total? I don't know. How much has Tory paid UTP in donations or voluntary contributors? I don't know. What other items of value has Tory provided UTP? I don't know. What is the amount of money Tory has paid UTP? I don't know. On April the 7th of 2025, Tory's father, Mr. Sunstar, testified during his deposition in this case, quote, Tory is on the board of an organization right here in California. I believe their office is run out of Long Beach, and it's, what's it called? Unite the People? He was on the board fighting for criminal justice for the longest time. So whatever he has paid has come directly out of his own pocket. In fact, I'm sure you've seen footage of either Unite the People talking about that. According to Sunstar, Tory's dad, Tory is central to various UTP programs, including the, quote, Hands of God project. That's correct, right? All of this is correct? Cesar says, I don't remember, Mr. Hayding. Objection, narrative, compound, Mrs. Hyapetian. Tory has supported UTP, quote, directly out of his pocket, correct? I don't know, Mr. Hayding. Objection, speculation. Okay. Any reason to think Tory's dad is lying on the oath? Objection, speculation, says Hayding. I don't remember. Tory's also sat on the board of UTP, correct? I don't remember. How long has Tory been on the board of UTP? I just said I don't remember. How did Tory become a UTP board member? I don't remember. Is being on the board the same as being an advisory member? I don't remember. You don't know? As the CEO of your own company, if being on the board is the same as being, you don't mind if I roll one of these while we talk, right? I can't control you, unfortunately. Unfortunately, you would like to control me. Okay, next question. Let's do it. 7 hours. Love it. How did Tory advise UTP? I don't know. Now, pause. Remember the prison call. Was it he or was it he not? In my opinion, my question, didn't he ask or some way, shape, or form, this is my question, right? My opinion, asked Tory for approval to post about representing Milagro on Instagram? Did he or did he not? Now, this is my question, my opinion. All right, let's continue. What does Tory do as an advisory member? I don't know. Is Tory compensated for being an advisory member? I don't know. So Tory funds UTP. He advises UTP. He solicited donations for UTP, and he attracts new clients for UTP. Mrs. Dixon, objection. Assume facts not in evidence and calls for speculation. Miss Hyapetian, I'm sorry. And raises Mrs. Hyapetian. Can you, Rhonda? I'm in the middle of my question. Please stop interrupting. Mrs. Dixon, I'm not interrupting. I'm objecting. Don't object until I am done with my question. Allow me a modicum of courtesy. Seriously. Take a couple of seconds to object before you answer. Sure. No, the witness is actually doing fine. It's counsel that is very unprofessionally interjecting objections in the middle of my questions. Mrs. Dixon, the question is very long. Can we just make it a simple question? Stop. So I'm going to take a cigarette break. And that was Cesar. I'm in the middle of a question. He says, sorry, I don't know. You don't know? Okay. Without Tory, UTP would go underwater, right? Oh, y'all listening to this? Without Tory, UTP would go underwater, right? Mr. Hayden. Objection, speculation by Mrs. Hypatia. Do you have an answer? He says, I don't know. And she says, sir? He says, you are done with your question, right? I just answered. I don't know. Mr. Hayden says, stay. Mrs. Hypatia, sir, we need to agree when it's time to take a break. Okay, well, I'm going to go take a break because I got to pee and smoke. So you can agree. I would allow you to take. And he says, I don't need you to allow me. I'm going to go pee and smoke. She says, let me finish. I have one question left. No. You are just saying I finished the question. I just finished your question and I answered. I got to go pee. Now, I can pee here or I can pee in the bathroom. Mr. Hayden, let's just get through her question. Let's move this along, guys. Everybody, come on. The witness. I told you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go use the restroom. Please have the record reflect that the witness has walked off in the middle of my questioning. You know, your question was done. You just told me. I got to go. Mrs. Dixon, it's only 10 minutes. The tech, do we need to go off the record? Mrs. Hypatia, we can go off the record. Yeah. The time is now 11:41. All right, y'all. I am now on page 85 of 509 pages. Okay, let's continue. So they went from 11:41 to 12:05. Okay, they start back at 12:05. Okay, so at the break, we checked the TMZ article that we were discussing that's posted on UTP's website. And we confirmed that the date is September the 17th of 2021. So before trial started, not 2023. And I think that resolves the issue of where Tory was. Okay, Mrs. Hypatia, Mr. McDowell, before Miss Pete filed this lawsuit, UTP passed on information about Tory's appeal to Mrs. Cooper for her to then post on social media, correct? He says, I don't remember. Now, pause. Now, who was running the court documents tab? And who sent over that? If y'all was in Discord, see, I know this answer. It was Milagro. And if y'all do not recall, now some of y'all may not know, I was on Station Head yesterday and I was reading over Milagro's deposition. I will do the same here to give y'all that same common courtesy. But yesterday I was reading Milagro's deposition, and Milagro said in her deposition that she was put in a actual email group. Whenever court documents would hit, Unite the People would also send her amongst other people who were also CC'd in the email, and that's how she got the court documents. And I know that to be a fact because, again, who was running the court document room? Who uploaded that to the court document room? Dender Mufflin. Who did that? That was Milagro Elizabeth Cooper. How did she get that? She got it from Unite the People. And I know that to be a fact. Okay, let's continue. He says, I don't remember. And then Mr. Hayden says, objection, speculation. Ms. Cooper produced 4 emails she exchanged with a member of UTP's legal team, Ms. Jasmine Jamieson. And I'd marked for the record exhibit number 79 as tab 6. And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to pause for a moment. It looks like we've had new people join Mr. McLemont. I've been saying his name wrong. So it's not Mr. McLemont, it's Mr. McLemont. All right, so let's continue. And I just wanted to get his appearance on the record. And moving forward, I'm going to ask anyone attending remotely to state their appearance and confirm that they're alone and no one else is present or plans to be present for the remainder of the testimony here today. Mr. McLemont. This is attorney Jerry McLemont. I joined the Zoom right before we took a break, this last break. And you can confirm you're alone and plan to be alone for the duration of this testimony? Yes. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to pass out exhibit number 79. Exhibit 79 was marked for identification. Okay, who is Miss Jamison? Mr. McDowell. Hey, who is Miss Jamison? Jasmine Jamison. One of the people that helped us with social media, I think. Okay, and before the break, you had a chance to go outside and use the bathroom. Well, use the restroom. And I'm assuming finish your joint? My joint? Yeah, is that what it was? Mrs. Dixon. He said he was smoking a cigarette. Is there a question? Yeah. Are you serious? Yes. Did I go outside and smoke a joint? Yes. Now you are being disrespectful. No, I'm not. I noticed you were rolling up something on the record, and I get to ask if you are under the influence. He says, if I'm rolling a joint, no, I didn't roll a joint or smoke a joint. Okay. He says, did you? And she says, you did not smoke marijuana? He says, did you? Wow. I just answered the question. Mr. Hayden, can you answer what the product and it is? And then that's when that's what Mr. Hayden said. And then that's a Cesar. It's not her business. Actually, if you are under the influence and cannot answer my questions, it is my business. He said, it's not her business what it was. I just said it wasn't marijuana. Okay. So Miss Jamison was someone handling your social media, and looking at the email from Ms. Jamison on Tuesday, December the 12th of 2023, the email was sent to 3 individuals. The 3 individuals, see, y'all know these people, MilagroGramz, Tory Lanez Daily, and twithtia.org. Do you see that on page 1? Top of page in the top, and to the section, yes? I see this piece of paper. He says, I see this piece of paper says that. He says, okay. Well, she says, okay. So all 3 individuals are bloggers and vocal supporters of Tory Lanez, correct? I don't think so. I don't know. So Tory Lanez Daily is not a vocal supporter of Tory? I don't know. Okay, if we scroll at the way down to page 4 of 6, and this document produced by the defendant, Mrs. Cooper, Miss Jamison wrote, hey, ladies, as mentioned, the writ of habeas corpus for Daystar is attached. Do you see that? I see the paper says that. UTP sent Mrs. Cooper and the other bloggers a copy of Tory's writ of habeas corpus so they could post about it on their social media, correct? No, I don't see that. Where is that at? So what did they send this for? I'm looking at a bunch of letters. What are you talking about? Where is the writ of habeas corpus? Are you assuming what it is? She says, I'm not assuming. Are you saying that it's a, where is this? States, hey, ladies, as mentioned, the writ of habeas corpus for Daystar is attached. The format that Ms. Cooper has produced this in. He says, I don't see a writ of habeas corpus, so I'm going to answer no. Okay, so at any point, did UTP send documents to Mrs. Cooper and others to post on social media? I don't remember. And looking at this email, you don't remember? The email said it was sent from me. She says, let's go to, and he said, it says it was sent from Jasmine Jamison, I think. Actually, if you go to the following page, you can see that the email chain starts from you. What page? Where is that at? 5, page 5. No, I don't see that the email chain has started for me, and I don't see a writ of habeas corpus. Okay. I just see a whole bunch of little letters, right? Yeah, and that's the format in which this was produced by the defendant. You can also go, okay, well, I don't think it's it. I'm answering no again. I don't see that. Okay, you can also go to the bottom of page 4 where the message was forwarded from you, Mr. McDowell, and then it gives his email there. It says Cesar CEO at, and then it blocks out the back of it. And it says, do you see that? He says, I see where the paper says that. She says, okay. And then it says subject 2023 12 Peterson WHC appellate court final to file.pdf. Do you see that? I see where the paper says that. Okay. I don't see any writ of habeas corpus. Okay. Well, so Miss Jasmine represent that she represented that it was attached, an attachment. He says, oh, how come it's not here if it was attached? Because this is how Miss Cooper produced it. Well, you should have got it done right then. I agree. And maybe her counsel can get us an appropriate production of the email, Mrs. Dixon. You have you used her resources to get it by using the login from her phone. Mrs. Hypatia said, actually, this was a document produced directly from your client. She says, okay, let's take a look at exhibit number 80, which will be tab 7. So they marked exhibit 80 for identification. So the prior exhibit was dated, an email dated December the 12th of 2023 from United People to MilagroGramz and several bloggers. The current exhibit, number 80, is also an email from United People on February the 27th of 2024. A few months later, again to MilagroGramz, twithtia.org, and Tory Lanez Daily. The subject line states, Ford Peterson file AOB or A0B, however you see it, underscore UTP.pdf. Do you see that? I see where the paper says that. Okay, and if you scroll down to page 4 or 5, your email addresses is noted. Oh, and then she says it. Cesar underscore McDowell at unitedpeople.org. You ask your employees, Ms. Jasmine, to then forward the documents related to Tory's appeal to Mrs. Cooper and other bloggers, right? I don't remember. Now, pause. Now, who was in? I got to go back and listen. If I don't recall, let's go back here. I need y'all to get out y'all's notebook. Y'all need to scroll on over and look at MilagroGramz station head. Go look for December the 12th, 2023, and then go look and see if there's a show from February 27th of 2024. I recall her talking about it before because I remember being in Dunder Mifflin. I couldn't find those court documents. And I recall someone posted them. So y'all write them dates down, go back and look at station head. Okay, so let's continue. You asked your employees, Ms. Jasmine, to then forward the documents relating to Tory's appeal to Mrs. Cooper and other bloggers, right? I don't remember. And if you forward this so the bloggers could post about it on their social media, correct? I don't remember. Tory told UTP to send those documents to Ms. Cooper and other bloggers so they can, Mr. Hayden, objection, sorry, go ahead, Mrs. Hypatia. So they could be leaked to the public, correct? Mr. Hayden, objection, speculation, assuming facts not in evidence. And then Mrs. Hypatia, correct? He says, I don't remember. Let's look at tab 8, which will be exhibit 81, number 81. So they marked it as identification. Do I get a check for being here? Everybody else gets a check. Why I haven't? Well, he says, why I ain't get a check? You got my check? I don't get a check like everybody else. Mrs. Hypatia. We can discuss at the break. He says, okay. And then Mr. Hayden says, you get a gold star. And then he says, thank you, Mrs. Dixon. Did you pass out 81 yet? She says, sorry. And when you said everyone else get a check, what did you mean by that? Didn't you give everyone else a check? She says, I don't know. Who did we give a check to? I don't know. I'm asking you. I don't even care about their check. Do I get a check? She says, I mean, you said other people. Everybody got a check. I said, do I get a check? So I'm wondering who everybody is. He says, I don't know. You don't know? You were here, not me. I don't know. But you're the one that asked something about a check. Do I get a check? Were you talking about Tory's dad getting a check? I don't know who got a check. I'm asking, do I get a check? Okay, let's look at Exhibit 81, which is a third email from Unite the People to only MilagroGramz this time, which was on August the 4th of 2024. Subject is Daystar Peterson, Attorney General's reply brief. Do you see that? Yeah, I see where the paper says that. Great. And then page 4 is your email address listed. And you forward this document, Attorney General response to Tory's appeal brief, to your employee, Ms. Jameson, and told her to share it with Ms. Cooper, correct? I don't see where it says that. Where does it say share this with Ms.? Where do you see that? I don't see it. No. Okay, but you do see that you forward this email to your employee. I see where this paper says my name. I don't see where it says I forwarded to who. Do you see in the middle of page 4, it says forward message from Ceasar McDowell to Jasmine at Unite the People? Yeah, I see where that's typed on this paper. And then Jasmine takes your email and says, Millie, please see the attachments below as they pertain the AG response to, which AG stands for Attorney General, to Daystar. Let me know if you have any questions or concerns. Do you see that? No. What page is that? That's the same page 4, right on top of your forward email. I don't see that. Can you show me? Uh-huh. Let the record reflect, I am marking the applicable area and tapping it for witness convenience. Thank you. Oh, there it goes. Great. Awesome. Okay. So now you see the sentence I just wrote, right? I see the lines you wrote. Yeah. Okay, awesome. You wrote these sentences? No. I did not write these sentences. You just said the sentences you wrote. I stated. Oh, okay, I see them. Okay, and you forward this to your employee so she could send it to Mrs. Cooper, correct? No. Okay, so why did you forward it to your employee? I didn't say I forwarded it. You are saying that, not me. Well, the document is saying it. The document that the defendant in this case produced. Oh, okay. I don't remember. You don't remember forwarding? I don't remember. Okay, do you remember Tory telling you to share his case filings with bloggers? Mr. Hayden. Objection, speculation. The witness. I don't remember. Okay. Do you know how Ms. Jameson became so close to Ms. Cooper? So as to start calling her by her nickname, Millie? Objection calls for speculation, says Mr. Dixon. I don't remember. You don't remember. Uh-huh. So you knew at one point, and now you don't remember. I knew what at one point. I just told you I don't know none of the Millie or Milagros or what you just said. So how would I know that now? I said I don't remember. Actually, you said you don't remember, which indicates you may have known at some point. So I'm just trying to get clarification. Did you know at no, I don't remember nothing. Please let me finish my question. Sure. Did you know at some point and forgot, or you never knew? I don't remember. You don't remember if you ever knew? No, I don't remember anything. But you might have known. I don't know nothing. Okay, someone at UTP made the decision to send these documents to Mrs. Cooper, correct? I don't know. Okay, what is Jameson's title? I don't know. You said she was social media. I said she might have helped us with our social media. Okay, what else might she have helped with? I don't know. So, as the CEO of Unite the People, you do not know sitting here today what your employee Jasmine, he says, I didn't tell you she was an employee. Sir, you keep saying employee. Sir, I'm asking a question. Please allow me to finish. Sure. Before you respond. Jazz at unitethepeople.org. She has an email address with your company's at, right? He says, are you done? She says, I am finished. Yes. Can you answer my question? Sure. You said, does she have an email? Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of people that have emails. Okay. So that aren't employees. So I could technically today get an email account that says Marie at unitethepeople.org. He says, if you do volunteer work with the city, absolutely. Anything you do for the community, you can get an email. She says, okay, so how many people have at unitethepeople.org email addresses? At least 100. At least 100. Okay, so Jazz Jameson, is she paid by Unite the People? Never. Are any of your employees paid by Unite the People? Yes. Who? The employees. Which ones? I don't know. Okay, so are you saying Jasmine Jameson is not an employee of Unite the People? Defined employee. Is employee what? Give me a definition of employee. What does employee mean to you? Somebody that I pay. Okay, is Jasmine Jameson someone you have ever paid? Nope. You or UTP ever cut? Never. A single check for Jazz Jameson? Never once. Okay, so she is simply in charge of your social media? I didn't say she was in charge. Okay, I said she may have helped us with social media. Okay, so why are you forwarding these documents? I didn't say I forwarded them. The document, I said I didn't remember. Right. The document says you forwarded it. So why would you have been forwarding material to someone who is an agent of your organization with your organization email addresses? Why did you forward it to them? Are you done? Yes. Okay. I don't remember. You don't remember. The purpose of Jasmine forwarding your email to Mrs. Cooper was so that Ms. Cooper could post it to her social media account, correct? I don't remember. Tory wanted the public to know about these court filings, correct? Mr. Hayden. Objection, speculation, the witness. I don't remember. UTP was helping Tory get the information to Mrs. Cooper so she could share it publicly, correct? Objection, speculation, says Mr. Hayden. I don't remember. This wasn't Ms. Cooper's idea. This came from Tory through UTP, correct? Same objection, Mr. Hayden. I don't remember. Do you know if Ms. Cooper requested this information? I don't remember. These emails, the 3 emails we look at, are not the only information that UTP passed on from Tory to Mrs. Cooper, correct? Objection, speculation, assuming facts not in evidence, says Mr. Hayden. In fact, between July of 2020, after the shooting, and up until recently when UTP represented Ms. Cooper, UTP passed on multiple pieces of information from Tory to Mrs. Cooper, correct? Objection, speculation, says Mr. Hayden. I don't remember, says Cesar. Some of that information that was passed to Ms. Cooper was about Ms. Pete, correct? I don't recall. Some of that information that was passed to Mrs. Cooper was about Tory's criminal case, correct? I don't remember. UTP passed on information that Tory wanted Mrs. Cooper to share publicly, correct? Objection, speculation, said Mr. Hayden. I don't remember. UTP passed on Tory messages about whether Miss Pete was telling the truth at his trial, correct? I don't remember. UTP relayed Tory's position that Miss Pete lied when she testified he shot her, correct? I don't remember. Miss Cooper herself has admitted during her live streams that she received information from and about Tory through UTP well before the start of this lawsuit, correct? That was a lot. I didn't hear you say she about Beagle who? Well, can you tell me which part was a lie? I said it was a lie, and I said I was trying to hear you. I didn't, or what I heard was Spider-Man. Wow, this dude is a class act. Okay, sure, of course. Let me repeat my question. Miss Cooper herself has admitted during her live streams that she received information from and about Tory through UTP, correct? I don't remember. You should ask her. Could we please mark as Exhibit 22A, which would be the video, and then 22B, which would be the corresponding transcript? And I'm looking to pull up tab 31A and B. So the text says, just a moment. Can you give that to me again, please? Could you please pull up tab 31A? The text says, so you want just tab 31A pulled up first? She said, and then the court reporter says 22. 22. And this would be B. And the video we're about to listen to would be A. Sorry, tab 82, not 22. Exhibit 82B and tab 31. Give me just a moment. Okay. You need which exhibit pulled up? I need tab 31A pulled up as exhibit 82. Okay, I just pulled it, and I have to share screen because it's a video. Is this the video that you need right here? Yes. Okay. Mrs. Dixon, was there an 81? Yeah, 81 was the August the 4th of 2024 email from Unite the People to MilagroGramz. Let me know when you need me to play. We're ready to play. It says the video clip was played, and it says, is this, well, hold on. Is it? Well, however he said it. She says, yeah, that's good. Thank you. Exhibit 82A was marked for identification, and also 82B. All right, let's continue. So on her July the 5th, 2024 live stream, Ms. Cooper stated, let me actually pull up Unite the People's page, because when anything happens with him, this is who you're going to hear from. And then obviously I'm in contact with them, so I can get information from them. Ms. Cooper explicitly mentioned she was in contact with UTP to get information from and about Tory, correct? Now pause. Do y'all remember at that it may have been some months either before or after. Do y'all not, months? It was way before. Do y'all not recall when her and Tia got into it, and she tried to cock block Tia from getting any more news about Tory from Unite the People? Do y'all remember that? Now, this is a question that I have. This is my opinion. I remember something along those lines. All right, let's continue. And it says, are you asking me? She says, yeah. I don't see that. What I see is where she says she can get information about him. Who is him? Are you assuming it's him, or are we assuming it's somebody else? Are you? I'm just telling you what I'm hearing. Sure. You said about Tory. I don't see Tory's name in there. I see about him. I don't know. So I'm going to answer no. It looks like to me she's talking about him. Okay. What other clients do you have that you give information to, Ms. Cooper? I don't know. I don't remember. Anyone other than Tory that is your client that Ms. Cooper could be talking about? I don't remember. UTP made sure that Ms. Cooper had access to inside information regarding Tory's case, so she could continue to spin positive narratives about Tory, correct? Mr. Hayden. Objection, speculation. Mrs. Dixon, objection, also compound, vague and ambiguous. Ambiguous, yeah. The witness, I don't remember. Okay. Can we please pull up tab 32? They will be exhibit 82. The transcript will be B and the video will be A. Can we pull up the video, please? Which is tab A. The text says, I cannot share both at the same time. Mrs. Harpisha says, we do not need to pull up the transcript unless I ask. You want 32A? Yes, please. And at this time, a video was played. Sorry, I had to take a drink of water. Okay. And it says, sorry, it's taking so long. The exhibits are not in person. Do we need to go off the record? And then that's when she says, what did she say? And the text says, okay, yes, go off the record and give me a moment because I am, yes. Okay, so the time is now 12:34 and they come back at 12:35 p.m. We are back on the record. Mrs. Hypetian, are we ready to play the video? Video clip was played. Were you able to look at the screen with Megan Thee Stallion in the background? Who? Megan Thee Stallion playing in the background? Who is that? Who is Megan Thee Stallion? This dude, him. He says, uh-huh. What she says, you don't know who Megan Thee Stallion is? He says, uh-huh. And then she says, do you know who Megan P is? He says, oh, yeah. That's the lady in this case. Yes, so did you see the image of her while Milagro Cooper was talking about you? He says, no. Okay, can we play that video again? And can you please look at the screen? He says, sure, let's do it. Then they play the video screen. Were you able to see the image of Miss P? He says, I see Nicki Minaj. Well, that's that. And then he says, and I see the Glorilla. Okay, well, did you see? And he says, a stallion? She says, did you see Mrs. P? Oh, yeah, I saw Miss P during the video. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So on her October the 28th live stream, Miss Cooper declared, so we already talked about the writ of habeas corpus, but the documents were released. And so you can go to Unite the People and you can see it. I will be contacting Cesar so that we can talk to him and go ahead and get some insight. Miss Cooper publicly admitted to her followers that she had a direct line of access to you, correct? That's what she said it looks like. You were communicating directly with Mrs. Cooper to share information about Tory, correct? I don't remember. At this time, Ms. Cooper was not a client of UTP, correct? I don't remember. UTP primarily represents criminal defendants, correct? I don't know. You don't know if they are preliminary? Oh, primarily? And he says, as the CEO of Unite the People, you don't know who the primary case hold? Uh-huh. No. Uh-huh. Okay, and you also don't know your company's mission. My company's mission? Objection asked and answered, says Mr. Hayton. You don't remember your company's mission? No. Most of UTP clients are currently or formerly incarcerated, correct? Oh, are you done? Was that a question or a statement? Could you read back my question, please? And it says the following record was read. Okay, and then he says, I don't remember. Most of UTP cases are in California, correct? I don't remember. Does UTP have offices anywhere else? I don't remember. As a CEO of your company, you do not know, sitting here today, whether there is a UTP anywhere outside of California? I don't know that. Who would know that information at UTP? I don't know. Probably you can Google it. She says, okay. Is there a UTP in another state? You were saying? Does your company, he says, oh, my company, your company. Okay. UTP, Unite the People, Inc. Unite the People. No, we don't have an office outside the state. Okay, so you are limited to California? He says, I don't know. Okay, but you don't have offices outside of the state? No, Unite the People does it. Unite the People might. Well, UTP might. She says, what's the difference between UTP and Unite the People? There's probably UTP somewhere. No, we established at the beginning of the deposition that you, and he says, that you understood, Unite the People and UTP to be the same. Do you recall? Yeah. You said yes. But your question to me right now was, is there a UTP outside of California? I don't know. Google it. Okay, anytime I say UTP, I mean Unite the People. You seem like you are getting aggressive with me. Why? I am clarifying something with you. Okay, seems aggressive. Which part of it seems aggressive? Your demeanor, your tone, your deliverance. It all seems aggressive. Okay, well, you're misreading me. Oh, okay. So, anytime, as I explained at the very start of my deposition, and you agreed, every time I say unite the people or UTP, it means the same thing. Do you understand? Yes. Okay, great. Glad we're on the same page. We're not on the same page, but I understand. So, does unite the people, aka UTP, operate outside of California? Unite the people, aka UTP? No. UTP focus. UTP. Most of UTP's work involves post conviction matters, correct? Objection, asked and answered. I don't remember. As the CEO of Unite the People, you do not know whether most of UTP's work involves post conviction matters? I don't remember. Does a large amount of UTP's work involve post conviction matters? Yes. UTP focus on helping prisoners with appeals and sentence reductions, correct? I don't remember. Unite the People's focus on helping prisoners, correct? Unite the People focus on helping homeless. Unite the People focus on helping children. Unite the People focus on sober living homes. Unite the People focus on transitional housing. Unite the People focus on mentorships, as heard. What kind of mentorships do you guys focus on? At risk youth? What does that mean? What does at risk youth mean? Yeah, it means youths that are in risk of what? A lot. Anything that they're in risk of, like going to prison? Sure. Anything else? Yeah. What else? A lot of stuff. At risk gang violence, sexual abuse, domestic violence, drugs, a lot of things. The court reporter, wait, I need you to slow down. Slow down? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right. And what inspired you to speak out those kind of cases? What kind of cases? At youth risk. At risk? At risk youth. Thank you. Sorry. It's okay. I like helping people. Okay. Miss Cooper was never incarcerated, correct? I don't know. Miss Cooper's case was a civil defamation lawsuit, not a criminal matter. Oh, they get into some tea, y'all. Let me repeat. Mrs. Cooper case was a civil defamation lawsuit, not a criminal matter, correct? He says, I don't remember. She says, you don't remember whether the case you took on for Mrs. Cooper was, he says, no, I did not. A civil or a criminal? No, ma'am. Do you have a diagnosis of memory loss? Mrs. Dixon. Objection, that's argumentative. He says, I don't remember. Have you ever seen a doctor to consult about your memory? Probably so. And what did the doctor say? Said I was 6'1". I don't remember. Okay, when did you seek doctor's care for issues with your memory? I've seen a lot of doctors. But which one did you see with regards to your memory? A lot of them. I don't remember their names. Okay, and why did you seek a doctor's opinion? I don't remember. Did they give you a diagnosis? I don't remember. It would be in my prison file. You can check that. What were you in prison for again? I don't remember. Miss Cooper's case was filed in federal court in Florida, not California, correct? I don't remember. This wasn't a post-conviction matter, correct? I don't remember. Miss Cooper doesn't fit UTP's typical client profile, does she? I don't remember. UTP doesn't normally represent clients in Florida in federal court, correct? I don't remember. UTP doesn't normally represent non-incarcerated clients, correct? I don't remember. So why did UTP make an exception for Mrs. Cooper? Oh, that was this one, not prior. That was this one. I don't remember. Okay. I tried to help you, One reason UTP made an exception and took on Miss Cooper's case was because of her connection to Tory, correct? Mr. Hayden. Objection, speculation. I don't remember. Tory asked you to represent Mrs. Cooper, right? Mr. Hayden. Objection, speculation. I don't remember. You couldn't say no to Tory's request, right? Objection, speculation, asked and answered, Mr. Hayden. I don't remember. You don't remember whether it happened? I don't remember anything. Objection, assuming facts, not in evidence, says Mr. Hayden. Did you meet Tory in your childhood? Are you talking to me? Uh-huh. Did I meet him in my childhood? Yeah. I don't remember. Were you an adult when you became friends with Tory? I don't remember. Where did you meet Tory? You understand that Miss Pete sued Miss Cooper for defamation, correct? Did she? You took on the case, right, as CEO of Unite the People? I don't remember. You don't remember taking on this case? No. The lawsuit was filed on October the 30th, 2024, correct? Was it? Do you recall? I don't remember. And Miss Cooper was being sued for statements she made supporting Tory, correct? I don't remember. The same day the lawsuit was filed, you spoke to Tory about it, correct? I don't remember. Tory told you he wanted UTP to represent Miss Cooper, correct? Objection, speculation, asked and answered. Assuming facts, not in evidence, said Mr. Hayden. I don't remember. This wasn't Miss Cooper's idea, was it? I don't remember. Was it Tory's idea? Objection, speculation, assuming facts, not in evidence, says Mr. Hayden. I don't remember. So you already testified that you are involved and you are the CEO of UTP. Is that the question? I'm trying to finish. Uh-oh, I didn't know. It sounded like you stopped. And you have involvement in bringing in cases, right? As the CEO of the company. Can you repeat that? I didn't understand that. The question seemed too apart. Okay, as the CEO of, oh, my screen will cut off. What the hell? Y'all give me 1 second. My computer screen, it went to sleep. Y'all give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Unite the People, and you are, right? That was a bad question. As the CEO of Unite the People, you have the ability to bring in cases to the company, correct? What do you mean bring in cases? Suggest cases that Unite the People should take on. I don't remember. But you are not denying that as CEO, you have the power to do so. I don't remember. Tory asked you to represent Ms. Cooper, correct? Objection, ask and answer. Speculation, assuming facts, not in evidence, says Mr. Hayden. I don't remember. And actually, the question wasn't answered. The witness was just been saying, I don't remember for the last several hours. And I think everyone in this room knows that this is not a legitimate answer. So, Mr. Hayden, speculation, not a question. Tory understood that Ms. Cooper was in legal trouble, correct? Objection, speculation. I don't know. Tory knew Ms. Cooper was being sued for statements that supported him, correct? Objection, speculation, says Mr. Hayden. I don't know. Tory felt Ms. Cooper deserved legal help because she supported him, correct? Objection, speculation, said Mr. Hayden. I don't know. That's why Tory directed you to represent her, correct? Objection, speculation, assuming facts not in evidence, says Mr. Hayden. I don't know. This lawsuit was filed against Ms. Cooper on October the 30th, 2024. That same day, you spoke to Tory over a recorded prison phone call line about UTP's representation of Ms. Cooper. Do you recall? Mr. Hayden. Objection, attorney-client privilege. Instruct the witness not to answer. And she says, you're instructing the witness not to answer on whether he had a conversation or not, Mr. Hayden. It's a recorded call on a jail phone. If it's become public record, but that's one thing. But Tory Lanez is a client of Unite the People. Ceasar McDowell is my client in this capacity and part of the legal team of Unite the People. That is a special limited circumstance where I can request the witness not to answer the question that would incriminate himself or one of our clients. So first of all, I disagree with that statement, but I am simply at this point not asking about the substance of the conversation. I am merely asking whether a conversation occurred on a specific day between specific people, and I am entitled to that information, even if we're to be privileged, because that is the exact type of information that would go on a privilege log. So the instruction is, one, improper, but two, you cannot claim privilege. The witness has already testified that he had no power or involvement in the legal part of UTP. And these prison records have been produced in this litigation many, many, many months ago. And if you had an objection, it was already been waived. So, Mr. Hayden, he can answer to knowledge of the conversation. Can you read back my question? It says the following record was read. And this is the question. That's why Tory directed you to represent her, correct? The court reporter. Oh, sorry. It's the next one. The next record was read. This lawsuit was filed against Ms. Cooper on October the 3rd, 2024. That same day, you spoke to Tory over a recorded prison phone line about UTP's representation of Mrs. Cooper. Do you recall? The witness. I don't remember. Okay. And also, only communications where legal advice is sought or received or protected under attorney-client privilege. But let's pull up Exhibit 84. I'm looking for tab A. Tab 9A, please. Do you want me to play it? Yes, please. A video clip was played. It's fine. We can hear it. Okay. Oh, okay. I can't hear it. No worries. Just let it play. We can hear it. It's fine. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, so if you take a look, a video clip was played. All right, so moving forward. Okay, we can turn off the recording. Thank you. Exhibit 84A and 84B was marked as identification. So on this October the 30th call, you read Tory a press release that UTP would issue the next day, correct? Now pause. I just talked about that. Go all the way down on my page. I have Tory Lanez actual prison call. If y'all want to listen to it, it's like 13 minutes long, something like that. But it's on there. So anyway, let's continue. He says, sound like it. She says, you said to Tory, quote, let me read it to you. So it says, Unite the People, Inc. agrees to represent this is the media release for tomorrow. Unite the People, Inc. agrees to represent Milagro Cooper against threats and intimidation targeting influencers for expressing their opinions in a civil matter filed by the now claimant Megan P. Correct? I don't remember exactly all that was said, but it sounded like it. Okay, and if you need to refer back to the certified transcripts in front of you, please do so. It's on page 7, starting at line 23 and 25, and page 8, lines 1 to 5. You were asking for Tory's approval of that press release, weren't you? Mr. Hayden says, speculation, the witness. Didn't sound like it to me. Okay, so what were you doing? I don't remember what I was doing, but what you just played, it didn't sound like I was asking anybody for approval. Okay, so what were you doing reading him? I just answered, I don't remember, but it don't sound like I was asking anybody's approval. Okay, so you don't remember why you were reading it, but you know it wasn't for his approval? Not from what it just sounded like from what you played. Okay, so what did it sound like to you? It sounded like two guys talking about what? I don't remember why. You don't remember why you were telling Tory Lanez about Milagro Cooper's press release on Unite the People? I don't know why. Okay, but you know it wasn't to seek his approval. I'm asking a question, Mrs. Dixon. It wasn't her press release. That's all I'm saying. Okay? Just for point of clarification of the question. The press release about Mrs. Cooper that you are telling Tory about, right? You don't remember why you were telling him, correct? I don't remember. Okay, but you remember that you weren't seeking his opinion, right? No, I don't remember. What I just heard didn't sound like somebody that was asking for direction. But you needed Tory's approval for a press release before representing Ms. Cooper, right? Objection, speculation, says Mrs. Hayden. I don't remember. By Mrs. Halpetian. Before this call, had Tory asked you to represent Ms. Cooper? I don't remember. You wouldn't have represented Ms. Cooper without Tory's direction, would you? Objection, speculation, said Mr. Hayden. I don't remember. And you met Mrs. Cooper at Tory's trial, right? Objection, asked and answered. The witness. I don't remember. Tory was the reason UTP took on Mrs. Cooper's case, correct? Objection, speculation. I don't remember. You are providing him an update on how his case is going, correct? Sorry, I had to get a drink of water. All right, Mr. Hayden said, objection, speculation. I don't remember. You then said to Tory, quote, Unite the People, Inc. has agreed to take on defense of Milagro Cooper, as well as any other social media influencer, journalism platform, journalist, podcast, or reporter of any type that has received this lawsuit against them or any other form of bully harassment to silence them from their right of freedom of speech. You heard that, right? I heard that. After UTP put out this media statement, did any bloggers, podcasters, or social media personalities reach out to UTP for legal advice or representation? I don't remember. Do you currently have any cases other than Mrs. Cooper's? I don't remember. Who would know at UTP? I don't know. I'd have to check. Where would you have to check? At UTP. Okay, so where would you go to find out the information I'm asking you? If a judge was asking you, 555 East Ocean Boulevard, Suite 205, Long Beach, California, 90802. Unite the People. That's where I would go ask. Okay, and who would you ask at Unite the People? I'd have to find out. I don't know who to ask. I have to ask them who to ask. So the CEO would have to ask who to ask. Someone as CEO. That seems logical. At UTP, that sounds logical. Who to ask? Okay. And who would you ask? I'd have to find out who to ask. I'll start off by asking, who do I ask? Okay. And who are you asking? Who do you ask? I don't know. You don't know? And if we were to go to the judge in this case, let's go. Who are you going to tell her? It says, who are you going to tell her as the responses to these questions since you don't know or you don't remember? He says, I don't know. Let's do it. She says, Miss Cooper is unique because of her special relationship with Tory, right? And that's why you took on her case. Objection, speculation, says Mr. Hayden. She's unique? Yep. Is she? You said so, not me. Tory asked you at the time UTP would post the media statement. You responded, quote, probably first thing in the morning. And the scrimmable told me to post it to my Instagram first, to the Unite the People Instagram. And she said, post it early. And then she'll send it over to TMZ. And I guess whoever else. There's a bunch of people. Rolling Stone. Do you recall hearing that just now? I heard something like that. And who is the she you referring to? I don't remember. Are you referring to Miss Mary Ron Quilliam? I don't remember. Do you know who Miss Mary Quilliam is? I don't remember. You don't remember if she's involved with UTP? Do I remember if she's involved with Unite the People? Who is she? I'm asking you. You don't know? I might think I don't know. You might. I don't recall right now. You don't recall right now. Okay, is she an advisory member of UTP? You would have to look at the website. I have, and I'm telling you she is. So he says, thank you. You answered your question. Okay, you agree she is an advisory member of UTP? No. I said you have to look at the website to find out. You've never heard her name? I didn't say that. You've heard the name Miss Mary Ron Coolio. I might have. You might have? Yeah. Okay, Miss Merculio is also the founder of Limelight Media and Public Relations, correct? I don't know. Limelight helps artists and entertainers with their public relations. I don't know. Miss Ronquillo advises UTP on its press releases and conferences, correct? I don't know. Miss Ronquillo also helps you with drafting social media posts on UTP's account, correct? I don't know. So who helps you with the social media posts for UTP? I don't know. Hey, do you have any Tylenol? My tooth is starting to kill me. I don't know. Tory also asked you whether UTP will have a conflict of interest. See, bam. Look, y'all listening? Okay, y'all listen to this. Tory also asked you whether UTP would have a conflict of interest in representing both him and Miss Cooper. Tory asked because she is saying I'm a part of the board of advisory. So isn't that a conflict of interest? You responded, quote, the only conflict of interest would be if Milagro didn't know we had represented you. You dig what I'm saying? Did you recall listening to that just now? He says, I recall hearing that. I don't remember. Why is it not a conflict of represent both Tory and Miss Cooper? Objection calls for a legal opinion. I don't remember. Okay, so what did you mean when you told you don't have Advil? Nothing. And going back, I'm going to show you exhibit number Miss Lee, 85, I believe. Mrs. Dixon, can we go off the record for a minute? No, I am not done questioning. We had an agreement that we were going to go to lunch, and he said he had a headache. Okay, well, you don't represent him, right? It doesn't matter. You can't put your hand in my face and tell me, baby, they off the chain, baby. Y'all heard that? They off the chain. Okay, so here goes Mr. Hayden. Let's get through the and then Mrs. Hypatia. To be clear, my hand is in no one's face. I am probably 10 feet away from opposing counsel. Well, don't you put your hand up anyway. And I am in the middle of my questioning, and I'm going to finish my questioning. You continue to interrupt my questioning, everyone else questioning, and we're not going off the record until I'm done with this part of my question. Okay. Do they have a store around here? I'm having a toothache that's going to my head. Like, it's real tough. Let's get through this, says Mr. Hayden. Can we speed it up or something? Or I'm going to have to get medication. Yes, UTP came out with the public statement that it would represent Mrs. Cooper on October the 31st, correct? I don't remember when. Why do you need to update a different client of yours, Tory, about UTP's representation of Mrs. Cooper? I don't remember. You need to update Tory because he specifically asked you to represent Mrs. Cooper, correct? Objection, speculation, says Mr. Hayden. I don't remember. You could say no to UTP's biggest client, right? Objection, speculation, asked and answered, right? Are you asking me that? Yes. Who said he is my biggest client? You did? I didn't say he was. Okay, who is your biggest client? I told you Alan McIntosh. I thought. Okay, so one of UTP's biggest clients, you couldn't say no to him, right? Tory? Objection, asked and answered. Speculation, says Mr. Hayden. I don't remember. You couldn't say no to one of UTP's biggest financiers, right? Objection, speculation. I don't remember. You couldn't say no to UTP's biggest advisors, right? Objection, speculation. I don't remember. You need to update Tory because he promised to help pay for any fees and costs related to Mrs. Cooper defense, correct? Objection, speculation. I don't remember. You need to update Tory because he is funding your organization, right? I don't remember. Let's go off the record and take lunch. Okay, so it looked like they went from lunch. They started at 1:19 p.m. They came back at 2:17. We are now going to page 139 of 509. Okay, let's continue. Or do y'all want to stop here? We can do a part 2. It's been 2 hours and 30 minutes. I mean, I can go 30 more minutes. We can make it an even 3 hours. Okay, let's do that. We'll make it even 3 hours. All right, so let's continue. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I have a quick correction to make. Oh, there's an echo. Okay, still an echo. She has to mute this one, I think. Okay, so maybe let's go off the record. Well, okay, that's better. Thank you. Just wanted to make a quick correction. 84, exhibit 84 in the video, which is A, and 84B, which is the transcript. And then I'm going to add as exhibit number 85. And if we can release, pull up tab 60B, sorry, 68, the witness. Can I ask a question on the record real fast? Yes. Do I do receive copies of the transcripts, correct? Not to take home. You can request them. I can request them. We can talk about it at the end of the depot. Mrs. Dixon, you get a copy to correct, but it's online, correct? I'll do an admission, however you say that, at the end so we can cover questions. I cannot hear which exhibit you said you needed. 80, sorry, 68. 68? Uh-huh. And which exhibit is going to be which exhibit number? I know it's 84A and B, but which exhibit number is actually the transcript? Because there are quite a few here. So on the transcript, it will reflect 85A, the video, which you are looking for 60A and 60A. Well, yeah. And the transcript will be 85B, and we're ready to play whenever you are. So it looks like they played a video. It says that the clip is no longer a version of the excerpt from exhibit 82. So we pulled, and then it says, ma'am, we don't have a 60. The last number I have here is 59A and 59B. Then I have a tab 5, tab 6, tab 7, tab 8, tab A9. I do not have tab 60. Gabby sent it to you on the email. Let's go off the record, please. Okay, so at this point, it went from 220 to 222. All right, let's continue. Okay, so this is the extended version of previously marked exhibit 82, where Miss McDowell had a question as to who he was. And the subsequent paragraph is Mrs. Cooper talking about Mr. Daystar Peter filing in, is that correct? Huh? The second paragraph, on the transcript. On this paper here? Yes, correct. In the video we just heard, oh, this one here? No, that one. This one? Yeah. Okay. So the second paragraph, Miss Cooper is talking about Mr. Peterson, correct? On the clip we just heard? It sounded like it. Okay, so going back to my question, you said, sorry about that. Okay, you know Sunstar Peterson, Tory's father, correct? Who? Sunstar Peterson, Tory's father? That's his name? You know him, right? His dad? Yes. Oh, yeah, I know who his dad is. Okay, Sunstar has a close relationship with Miss Cooper, correct? I don't know anything about that. Did Sunstar encourage you to represent Mrs. Cooper? I don't know anything. He says, I don't know nothing about none of that. She says, okay, but Tory and his father wanted UTP to represent Miss Cooper, right? I don't know nothing about that. Did you know that Sunstar has referred to Miss Cooper as his daughter? I know nothing about that. And Sunstar also testified under oath that he flew Mrs. Cooper out to Miami and visited Mrs. Cooper in Houston. Do you know about that? Now, pause. Now, we got to go look at that timeline. We don't have right now the actual transcripts from Sunstar's deposition. It looks like they depoed him regarding to this insert here. So he testified under oath that he flew Mrs. Cooper out to Miami, which y'all saw that, right? And then it said that he came to Houston to visit her. So we got to figure out when that timeline was. Okay, let's continue. He says, not at all. Tory has been in prison since when, to your knowledge? He said, I don't know. After the jury convicted Tory of shooting Mrs. P, and while he was in prison, you and Tory regularly spoke with one another, correct? I don't remember. How many times have you spoken to Tory since his incarceration? I couldn't possibly tell you. Could you estimate? No. 5 times? More? 10? I don't remember. 50? I don't remember. Could it have been 50? I can't recall. 100? I don't remember. Okay, it is also correct that, sorry, let me go back. Would you say you've spoken to Tory at least 25 times while he was in prison? I don't recall. And how do you speak to Tory? In English? Oh, Lord. Okay, that's when she says, fair enough. How do you speak to Tory while he is in prison? In English. What mechanism do you use to speak to Tory? My cell phone. Okay, and where did you call Tory? Call Tory? He's in prison, right? But what line did you call? It varies. Is it a phone? Is it an iPad? I thought in prison they called you. Okay, so you never called Tory? He calls you? I don't remember. Okay, and you understand that at the prison Tory was at until he was stabbed. The facility gave him a dedicated device he could use to call people outside of prison. I don't know what they're doing there. Okay, Tory used to call. Well, she said Tory used to call you from a device in prison, right? On a recorded line. Oh, on the phone? Yes. Yeah. I think he used a phone to call me. Okay, did he ever use like an iPad or a tablet with FaceTime feature? I've never been in there. I don't know. I don't know what they use. Have you ever video called with Tory? No, not that I know of. Just an audio call? Yeah, I don't remember anything. Okay, when Tory used that prison dedicated device to speak with you, it could show up on your phone as being a device furnished by the prison, correct? I don't know. I don't remember what it said. You don't know what number shows on your caller ID when Tory calls? I wouldn't have remembered that. Okay, but you remember hearing that the calls are being monitored and recorded, right? I think they say something like that. Okay, kind of like the one we heard before lunch, right? The long call we heard? Probably so. Okay, it is also correct that in addition to the device the prison gave Tory as an inmate, Tory acquired a separate phone to communicate with people outside of prison, correct? I never heard anything like that. Well, about that. Okay, so you've never called Tory on a personal cell phone in prison? I don't remember anything. You understand that this phone was not authorized and considered a contraband phone, correct? Authorized by who? Objection. Calls for speculation and assumes facts not in evidence, says Mrs. Dixon. The prison. Say it again. I didn't hear you. You understand that if Tory has a phone he is using in prison that was not given to him by the prison, it is unauthorized, right? I don't know what they do. Okay. In your experience, 26 years in prison, you said, yes, ma'am. Did people use contraband cell phones? I don't know. You'd have to ask the prison. Okay. Tory used his contraband phone to communicate with you, correct? Mr. Hayden. Objection, speculation. I don't know nothing about a contraband cell phone. Tory has actually had more than one contraband cell phone, right? While he has been in prison? Objection, speculation, says Mr. Hayden. I don't know anything about anything. So if we continually took a look at your phone, would you have the phone numbers to Tory's contraband phone saved in your phone book? He has contraband phones? Does he? I don't know. Does he? I've never heard of that. You've never heard of that? Okay. You didn't help him obtain a contraband cell phone? Objection, speculation, says Mr. Hayden. I don't know nothing about what you were talking about. Help him obtain I don't know anything about that. It's a yes or no question. Objection. Also, it's a Fifth Amendment violation. He doesn't have to answer because it's his phone, says Mrs. Dixon. Oh, are you his lawyer now? Here go Mrs. Dixon. I'm a lawyer and I'm here. But are you his lawyer? I don't have to be his lawyer to make an objection. I'm Milagro's lawyer. I'm here appropriately. Okay, so I'm just curious, whose Fifth Amendment right are you invoking over here? Well, over there. I'm letting him know he can take the Fifth Amendment if he wants to. Okay, object to speculation, also add Fifth Amendment. Okay, y'all see that? Is that, in my opinion, is that someone giving advice and directing somebody to invoke a Fifth Amendment? In my opinion, that's my question. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so my understanding is that Mr. McDowell is represented by Mr. Michael Hayden from United People. If that has changed since the lunch break, please let me know and let's correct the appropriate on the appearances on the record. Mrs. Dixon, here's the problem. He was prior counsel. So his team was prior counsel. That means that as a successor in interest, I do have an interest in his testimony, especially if it has anything to do with my client. And that's why he is here, because supposedly it's relevant to your complaint. Okay, so you're saying you guys have a common interest agreement? Oh, you finna get yourself wrapped up, girl. Okay, let's continue this real quick. She says, yes, I don't have an agreement. I just obviously, I don't have any agreement with him, but I didn't say that. She went to stuttering. Y'all see that? I know y'all see y'all screen. Okay, here we go. Do you know the PIN code to Tory's contraband phones? I don't know anything what you're talking about. I've never heard of a contraband phone. Okay, is this your cell phone number? 562, and then they blocked it out, as y'all can see on the screen. He says no. He says, she says, what is your cell phone number? He says, I don't know. That's not it. Call that number right now. See if the phone rings. Let's do it on video. So what is your cell phone number? I don't know. I don't know if I should give that out. That's kind of personal. Was this ever your cell phone number? 562 and then blah, 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 blah. Yes. When was it your cell phone number? I don't remember. How many years do you think you had that cell phone number for? I don't remember. Why did you change it? I don't remember. Okay, did you also get a new phone when you changed your number? Did I get who? A new phone when you changed your number. I don't remember what they did. Objection, relevance. Okay, I'm going to mark for the record Exhibit 86, and I need tab 42, please. Just a moment, getting that done. This is nice paper. What number is this one? 86? 86, okay. Let me know when you need me to scroll, ma'am. Stay here for just a second. Now, Exhibit 86 was marked for identification. All right, so these are calls this is, first of all, this is a document we received from the prison in response to a subpoena request. Baby, they subpoenaed the prison phone lines. Okay, let's this is some juicy tea. Now, this is some tea right here, y'all. All right, let's continue. So they had a subpoena request, and these are calls between you and Tory from October the 23rd to December of 2024. And looking on page 1, where it says destination number, is that 536 blah 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 number we just discussed. That was your prior phone number, correct? I don't know where you're at. Page one, the first page. Page one is what? Look, let's look at page one. Sure. Where it says destination number, it's like the third line from the bottom. From the bottom? Okay. And then it says the phone number we were just discussing as your prior number, 562, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, oh, this is girl. There's some tea, girl. There's some tea. It says, so there's 97 calls over 14 months. And you see that if you go to the last page where the total number of calls is listed. Do you see that? He says, sure. Okay, so you talk to Tory about twice a week for over a year, correct? I don't remember. Luckily, we have it in front of us. He said, it's something. I don't know if that's me talking to him. I don't see any pictures or anything like that, but I do see a phone numbers there. Right. So these people, well, let me rewind that back. So these are the records from the prison of your phone number speaking with Tory Lanez 97 times over 14 months. He says, I don't know. Okay. Let's mark as Exhibit 87, tab 16, please. So they marked Exhibit 87 into identification. Okay. So let's continue. So these are records AT&T in response to your subpoena of Mrs. Cooper's cell. Child. They got the subpoena from AT&T. Let's get into the tea, y'all. There's some tea, y'all. Let's get into it. Okay. So these are records AT&T in response to our subpoena of Mrs. Cooper's cell phone. And these show 73 calls between you and Miss Cooper from October the 2024 to March of 2025. Did y'all catch that? Get your pen and paper out or get your notepad out on your phone and write that down. So after Quinn Emanuel, which is a law firm from Megan's legal team, they filed a subpoena to Milagro's AT&T phone company. And they said right here, it shows 73 calls between you and Miss Cooper from October 2024 to March 2025. He says, it shows what? She says 73 calls between you and Miss Cooper from October 2024 to March 2025. He says, okay. And he says, I don't remember much, but that for sure is really weird. You said 90 something calls? She says, no, 73. He says, 73 calls? She says, yeah, 97 were with Tory. Wow. And that's, again, your number that we discussed, 563 and then blah, blah, blah. He says, I got to say something. You guys made this up. Somebody made this up. There's no way in the world that I talked to her 73 times. That's impossible. She says, well, these are the records we received from AT&T. He says, somebody is lying. She says, your counsel has had copies of these records since they were produced by AT&T. And they have, and he busted out. I hear what you're saying, but I'm telling you, either AT&T or somebody in y'all's camp is lying. Now, come on, Cesar. Okay, let's continue. There's no way in the world I've talked to her 73 times. It's impossible. So she poses a question. So why would AT&T lie? He says, or your guy's law firm, there's no way I've talked to her 73 times. And we can go ahead and get back to the questioning, but that's super false. If I handed you a piece of paper and said you called her 73 times and you knew good and well you ain't never called her 73 times, would you say something? She says, so let's actually stay here. I want to know why you think someone at AT&T or our firm would have fabricated this evidence. He says, I don't know, but I know I ain't talking to nobody no 73 times. I do know that, and I'll stand on that. She says, okay, but that's the number we discussed, right? Originating number right here, it says 562 and then blah, 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 right? He says, I see 281, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's where the call goes. It says originating number. Well, which number are you looking at? He says, I'm looking right here, right on your list that says originating number. She says, right. And he says, so let's see how many times this says. Maybe you looked at it wrong. Let's check your homework. She says, so he says, hold on. If it says 73, if the 73 says 73, that means you were quoting it wrong. There it goes. So do your homework now. And you're quoting it wrong. Which part is wrong? She says, because, and that's when he says, because where it says originating number, that is, the term. So are you saying that she called me back and forth? She says, correct. He says, no, I called her those times. Oh, so now you're admitting to calling her. But I thought you didn't know who Milagro Elizabeth Cooper was. Let's repeat that. He said, let me refract what I just said. Let's strike that from the record. I read that wrong. Let's reread it. He says, not, I called her those times. She says, correct, you guys spoke. He said, I still don't believe that. Then she said, you guys spoke 73 times. He then says, I still don't believe that. But go ahead. We'll go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting. Why are you apologizing now, Cesar? You was acting tough just a while ago. Why are you apologizing? But okay, let's continue. It says, okay, my apologies if I misstated. He says, sure. She says, but yes, it's 73 calls between you and Miss Cooper. He says, I think that's still wrong. She says, okay, well, this is the sheet we have from AT&T. All right, let's go. And our firm did not make it. He says, are you sure? She says, I'm positive. He says, how? How are you sure? She says, I'm positive. He says, okay, because these were in response. He says, you watch every day at your firm? She says, this was in response to a subpoena response that was produced to our firm. He said, it's still wrong. And your lawyers? Okay. So 97 calls with Tory, 73 calls with Miss Cooper. During this lawsuit, you talked to Miss Cooper weekly, correct? He says, not at all. She says, okay. So let's focus on this October to December 2024 period, right after the lawsuit was filed. During those 2 months, you spoke to Tory about 40 times based on these records. And during those same 2 months, you spoke to Mrs. Cooper 50 times. Mr. Hayden, objection, relevance. You were talking to both of them, Miss Pete, during this period, correct? Mr. Hayden, objection, speculation. Not at all. So in at least 50 calls, not once did you discuss Miss Pete. He says, I don't remember. Are you telling me that in 50 calls with Miss Cooper, you never once passed along information about Miss Pete from Tory? Objection, speculation. I don't remember. You were saying you created a solid wall between what Tory told you and what you told Mrs. Cooper? I don't remember. Okay, so when Tory gave you information about Mrs. Pete, that information just stopped with you? Objection, speculation. I never said nobody gave me information about nothing. I don't remember nothing about what you're talking about. Did your conversations with Tory, did the subject of your conversations with Tory make its way to Mrs. Cooper through you? I don't know what you're talking about. Did Tory? I don't remember none of that. Nothing. I don't remember none of that. Okay, did Tory ever tell you what he ate? Objection, relevance. I don't remember. Okay, let's pull up tab 11A and mark it as exhibit 88A. And I would also like to mark the transcript of the recording as 88B. Okay, so let's skip on down here. What does it mean? I have a family situation. Okay, so let's start right here. It says 11A. Okay, thank you. I'm on it. And it says, I'm going to have to get out of here in about 18 minutes. What does that mean? I have to leave in about 18 minutes. Leave for where? I have a family situation I got to take care of. Mr. Hayden, can we get off the record? Actually, I would like this conversation to stay on the record, if that's okay. I would rather get this through this today because we will be court ordered to come back. I hear you. It doesn't change what I said though. I still got something I got to do to take care of. So we just come back Monday and hang out again. What the? Wow. Oh, and okay, let's play the recording, please. So they play the recording, and he says, "Did you want me to play it?" The court reporter says, "Sorry, Miss Thrash. Can we play the recording?" "Yes, I was playing it. You guys can't hear it?" "No." "Okay, just a moment, please. Let me see what's going on. TV volume, maybe?" "No, it was working a second ago. You guys want my help?" "No, it's fine. I'm just going to play it myself." Okay, so video clip was played. And it says, "Can you hear it now?" They said, "Yes." They said, "Okay." So they played the video clip, right? So this is November the 15th of 2023. Phone call between you and Tory. And he stated, "You've got the Megan bitch oh, wait. So they're talking about Megan Cuniff at this point. Now, let me rewind that back. On November the 15th of 23, phone call between you and Tory. And he stated, "You got the Megan bitch trying to make it seem like, or the Megan Cuniff lady trying to make it seem like we don't know what we're doing," which is fine because I love being the underdogs. But I love being the underdog who wins the race. And my thing is just like, if this can help us win the race, then let's use everything that we can use to win the race. What race is Tory talking about winning? I don't remember. When Tory says, "Let's use everything that we can," what is he referring to? I don't remember. Who is Megan Cuniff? I don't remember. He says, "I don't remember." Megan Cuniff was a journalist writing about Tory's conviction, right? I don't remember. And she was also writing about the testimony Miss Pete gave, including that Tory shot her, correct? I don't remember. In this November 15th of 2023 conversation with Tory, you and Tory are talking about the public relations strategy, correct? I don't remember. When Tory was telling you about his desire to, quote, "win the race," he was talking about his desire to convince people he didn't shoot Miss Pete, right? I don't remember. In November 20th, in this November 2023 conversation, you and Tory are talking about shaping the public narrative about whether he shot Mrs. Pete, correct? Objection, speculation. Now, I want y'all to mark this page 161, 162, and then I'm going to look at 163. Y'all need to mark this page so that we can come back to it and remember it, because y'all need this for y'all's records. Get your notepad out, get your phone out. Page 161, 162, and we're going to go to 163. Mark that down, okay? All right, let's continue. Objection, speculation, says Mr. Hayden. I don't remember. If that's not what you are talking about, then what did Tory mean by win the race? He says, I don't remember. The plan was for Tory to give you information that you could pass to Mrs. Cooper for her social media, correct? Objection, speculation. I don't remember. In Tory's own word, he was willing to, quote, use everything that he can use to win the race. That is, to convince everyone that he didn't shoot Miss Pete, correct? Objection, speculation. I don't remember. To use everything to that end. Tory wanted you to communicate information from him to Miss Cooper to share with her followers on social media, right? Objection, speculation. I don't remember. And you were willing to do so, right? Objection, speculation. I don't remember. And you did so, right? Same objection. I don't remember. Okay, let's mark it Exhibit 89, tab 38A. So it looks like they downloaded it. Okay, now we start right here. So on December the 17th of 2023, you had a phone call with Tory during which you discussed both Miss Cooper and Miss Pete. Tory said, quote, the only name she was just a F word, just a F word, was just a girl coming on Instagram Live. You responded, oh, with I forgot that girl's name, that blank, it was the Milagro one. You talking about that one? Then Tory exclaimed, no, I'm talking about the girl from the whole case, like Megan. I'm talking about her. When Tory said, girl coming on Instagram Live, you immediately thought that it was Miss Cooper, right? I don't remember. Well, you just heard your voice, and your immediate reaction was, it was the Milagro one, right? We heard that? I don't know. Did you not just hear that? I heard it. Okay, so you did hear it, but I don't remember that. Remember what you said? My first thought, I don't know what my first thought was. Sure, but you saw your response. Your immediate response to Tory was Milagro, right? Oh, I heard that. Yeah, okay. But Tory was actually talking about Mrs. Pete, correct? I don't know. I don't remember. Well, we just listened together that he said, no, I'm talking about the girl from the whole case, Megan. Okay, I don't remember. You said Mrs. Pete. I don't remember if he was talking about Megan. Megan who? So the girl from the whole case, Megan. What case? That's his words. What case? What case? You were trying to tell me what case he is talking about right here. And I don't know what case he's talking about. What case? How do you know? You don't know for sure he is talking about this case, or is there a percentage? It could be somebody else. I don't know. I don't remember. What other cases would you be talking to Tory about? I don't know. I don't remember. I'm sure we've talked about quite a few of his own cases. I thought you said he didn't have any other cases. I don't know if he has cases. Say that again. I thought you said you don't know. I just said I don't know about him having other cases, but I don't know what case he is talking about here. What case did you represent Tory in, or why are you saying represent? He didn't say anything about representing. From what I heard on the tape you just played, what I heard was which is on the paper. And what I'm telling you is I don't remember. I don't personally know when he was talking about at that time in 2023 or whatever date you said it was. But I have a question for you. Sure. So what case do you and Unite the People represent Tory in? What case did we represent Tory in? Correct. He was your client, right? Sure. Yeah. And what case? I think the case we represented him on, and I'm not quite sure. It was, it was the Daystar Peterson case. I remember that. That was the case we represented him. Daystar Peterson in what? I think he hired us for his case. I didn't think there was anybody else included in his retainer for our case. Good one. That was a good one. What case did you work on for Tory? The Daystar Peterson case. And who? Against who? The state of California. Okay, which was about the shooting of Mrs. Pete, right? Oh, I don't remember that, but I remember it was Daystar Peterson versus the state of California on the paperwork. Child, now pause. No, we're not gonna pause. We're gonna keep going through. Y'all, for y'all that know, y'all know, but let's continue. Okay, so CEO of UTP has a case for a client, Tory Lanez. He knows that the case is state of California versus Daystar Peterson, but he cannot remember. Yes, right? What the underlying cause of action is. The underlying cause of action? Did I get that correct? He said, you did good, but I don't know. I don't remember. Okay. What the underlying cause of action? You were asking me to remember something. What I remember was it was a Daystar Peterson, the state of California versus Daystar Peterson. They didn't put any underlying actions in the subject titles. So what was Tory being accused of in that case? I don't really recall. And you don't recall what he is serving a prison sentence for? I served for being black. I don't know what he's being served for. I don't recall exactly the charges. Okay, so your initial thought here on your response here to say Milagro in response to Tory talking about Instagram Live was Miss Cooper because she repeatedly posts on social media about the shooting, correct? He then says, I don't remember. And you helped coordinate what information gets to Tory to Mrs. Cooper, right? Mr. Hayden. Objection, speculation. He says, not at all. Let's mark it as Exhibit 90, tab 50, A, please. And B will be the transcript. So they marked it for identification. Let's go down. Okay, so this is it. Okay. So on November the 15th, 2024, you had a call with Tory over the prison phone. And as we just heard during the call, you discussed this case that, quote, lawyers from Roc Nation, quote, brought against Ms. Cooper. Tory asked you whether Roc Nation said, quote, some weird SHIT about him too, quote. To which you responded that, quote, they were saying she, as in Ms. Cooper, was communicating with you or some BS, quote. Tory then said, quote, the funniest thing about that is when they go looking and they find nothing, they're going to be like, what? End quote. Then she you were referring to was Miss Cooper, right? He says, I don't remember. Then she says, you call that claim bull S, correct? That's what it says. And Miss Cooper was communicating with Tory, wasn't she? Objection, speculation. Is that a question? Yeah. I don't remember. You don't remember if I already said that. I thought you were saying something else. No, I don't remember that. Okay, so I would like to mark as Exhibit 91, which would be tab 12. Okay, so they marked it for identification. Okay, so here we go. And this is a September the 17th, 2020 Instagram DM produced from Mrs. Cooper's phone. And it's a DM on Instagram direct message from Tory Lanez to Milagro Cooper. And he says, send me your number, Mill. And then Miss Cooper provides her number. And then there's a third message from Mrs. Cooper, which states, I don't know how your energy is, but everything been so crazy that I can only imagine. I don't know how you are doing your live tonight, but if you gave me that or any exclusive, it'd change my life. I've been dying to know why you asked for my number. Regardless of whatever you do and how you do it, you are not a throwaway. No judgment holds weight to that of the Most High. I wish you the best. So Tory asked Mrs. Cooper for her phone number, right? In his DM. I don't know how this piece of paper that somebody printed. I don't know. Anybody could have drew this, right? Right. So I'm asking, okay? Well, it's been produced from her cell phone. And all I'm asking you to do is look at it and answer along. Oh, okay. Okay. So you can see there in that screenshot of the DM, Tory is asking Miss Cooper for her phone number, correct? I don't know. On this paper, somebody said something. Okay, that somebody up top shows what's the date? I I don't see the date on here. Well, I told you it was September the 17th, 2020. And you can see if it says September 17th right there. Was I home from prison? I don't know nothing about this. Oh, anyway, let me continue. She says, follow along. He says, I am. Okay, so you can see the first message, right? Asking for Milagro's phone number. No. You don't see it? No. I see something that says, send me your number, Mill. Right. And Miss Cooper responds with her cell phone number. You see that? I don't know who responded, but I see a cell phone number. Great. So people ask for phone numbers when they want to communicate directly, correct? I don't know. They could have been doing anything. Okay, so Tory and Miss Cooper were communicating directly, weren't they? I don't know. Miss Cooper responded that it would change her life if Tory gave her an exclusive with him. An exclusive live stream opportunity or podcast with Tory would be a significant boost to Mrs. Cooper's social media business, right? I don't know. Let's look at tab 13 as Exhibit 92. Okay, so they marked that as identification. Let's continue. This is yet another DM from Tory to Milagro Cooper. This was produced by the defendant herself, and it's December the 13th of 2022. Message, which I think we've all established. You were outside of prison, given you were at trial, Tory's trial. And this is actually right as Tory trials had started. And he is messaging Milagro Cooper on Instagram and saying, what's your number? Got to ask you something. And then again, Miss Cooper provides her number. Do you see that in front of you? I see a piece of paper that's got a bunch of stuff. I can make this at the house. So yeah, I can see it on a piece of paper. What are you saying? Do you frequently forge Instagram DMs? No, but you can AI this. You can do all stuff with this. Do you frequently AI things? He says, I AI a lot of stuff. Were you the one who AI'd Mrs. Pete porn video? Oh, baby. And he says, Miss Pete, let me rewind that back. Mrs. Pete corn video. Objection, speculation, both by Mrs. Hayden, or Mr. Hayden and Mrs. Dixon. Then he says, Miss Pete had a corn video. She says, you took on Mrs. Cooper case, right? And you know one of the charges is an AI deepfake pornographic video, right? He said, is it? She says, what was in the video? He says, what was in the video? She says, I'm not sure. He says, oh, either am I. Okay, so you didn't make the AI corn video of Mrs. Cooper? I didn't know there was one. Sorry, of Mrs. Pete. I didn't know there was one. Okay, so you usually take on cases at UTP and you don't read the complaints of the cases you take on? Is that what I'm hearing? I didn't pass the bar. I don't know what year, but I didn't pass the bar. Okay, let's mark as Exhibit 93, tab 14. Okay, so let's continue. This is yet another iMessage produced by Milagro Cooper in this litigation between Tory and herself. And it was sent sometime after the trial was coming to an end or had come to an end. And it says, yo, it's Tory, hit me. Do you see that in front of you? I see a piece of paper that says, yo, it's Tory, hit me. I see that on a piece of paper. Great. So I've now shown you documents ranging from 2020 to 2022 with Tory and Mrs. Cooper speaking directly, right? I don't know about what this is. I know it's on a piece of paper that you gave me. And that's what I showed you, right? No, you showed me a piece of paper that said, "Yo, it's Tory. You hit me." I don't know who it's to, who is not to. I don't know any of that. Well, okay, I just told you it was produced in this litigation by Mrs. Cooper because it was a text message. Then you should be asking her and not me then. So so this comes back to your statement actually that when you said their communications were BS, you were wrong, weren't you? Because you claim, and he said, I said whose communications? Mrs. Dixon says communication calls for speculation. You claim in Exhibit 90 that it was BS. The accusations in Ms. Cooper's complaint that Tory and Milagro were speaking together, right? He says, I don't remember that. She says, okay, well, we just listened to it. We can play the tape back if you want. Mrs. Dixon says, objection. Mischaracterizes the evidence, the witness. You can play it all you want. I still won't remember it. Okay, so Tory also said it would be funny, quote, right? When Miss Pete and her team, quote, go looking and they find nothing. It's hiding evidence funny to you? Objection, speculation. You said who said that? Tory said that. He said, so why are you asking me, is it funny to me? Say it again. I'm just curious. I don't understand what you're saying. How are you saying he said that is it funny to me? Trump said a bunch of stuff. Is that funny to you? Are you saying that? You got to narrow it down. I didn't say any of that. So you listened to the conversation, correct? Which conversation? The one where we just heard Tory talking about how his situation was funny and how when the lawyers, quote, go looking and they find nothing. Oh, that's what he said? Right? Yes. Why are you asking me? We just listened together. Why are you asking me this? Is it funny to you? Is hiding evidence what funny to me? Is hiding evidence funny to you? Is it funny to you? I'm not at my deposition today. I'm not really not. He says, I not really not either. But okay, I don't know what you are talking about. Okay, is intentionally destroying evidence funny, Mr. Hayden? Objection, speculation, mischaracterizes evidence or facts in evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Did Tory tell you he found it funny to refuse to cooperate during his deposition in his case? Whose deposition? Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence. Tory's deposition. Did he say that? Did Tory tell you he found it funny to refuse to cooperate during his deposition in his case? I don't remember him ever telling me anything. I think I was deaf until I met you. Wow. Okay. Did Tory tell you he thought he outsmarted Miss Pete and her team by having third parties relay his messages to Miss Cooper? Speculation, assume facts, not evidence, says Mr. Hayden. I don't remember nothing. I don't know what you were talking about. Okay. Let's mark as Exhibit 9415A, tab 15A. We're going to scroll past that. So I don't think we can hear it again. Okay, so let's go right here. Okay, so on November the 19th, you spoke to Tory over the prison phone line, and you told Tory that you, quote, had to pay $5,000 today to retain a firm in Florida today, just so we can have their S just like Pro Hack. Do you remember that? I didn't even hear that right now. Okay, can we play it again, please? Let's listen. Yes, ma'am. Just a moment. Okay, did you hear you saying you had to pay $5,000 to the Florida firm? I heard that part, but where it says, I think it cut off before it finished. What you guys were saying, it said, well, I think we all just listened. It said, you are just assuming it meant Pro Hack. Well, what did it mean? I don't know, but I didn't hear it. For what you just played and what the paper says, it's two different things. But are we assuming it says pro football, baseball? Why are we assuming Pro Hack? I'm just saying. Well, we heard pro hack. Did you? No, you didn't. Play it again. And you guys can say whether you heard the word hack because I sure didn't. Okay, go ahead. Play it one more time. Okay, just a moment. They got a company that can help you with you guys if you need help. So they played it. They played it again, right? It says, okay, so I hear pro hack. Oh, did you? If you hear something different, let me know. I did. I heard pro. Okay. And what were you talking about? I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, so were you talking about hiring local counsel, Mr. Pensier, for Mrs. Cooper's case, correct? For $5,000? I don't remember. What other cases have you had in Florida? I don't remember. Who actually paid the $5,000? Was it UTP or Mrs. Cooper? I don't remember. Tory's not his, it says Tory's not Miss Cooper's client. He is your client, correct? I don't remember. So why does Tory need to know anything, well, know about another client's legal fees? Is that a question? Yeah. Oh, I don't remember. You are updating Tory because he is the one funding Mrs. Cooper's defense, aren't you? Objection, speculation, objection. Also assume facts not in evidence. Answer. What was the question? Can you read it back, Miss Court Reporter, please? And it says, question, you are updating Tory because he is the one funding Mrs. Cooper's defense, aren't you? He says, oh, you're not going to say that from her. No. Oh, you remember the answer to this one. I think it was, I think what she said, I said not two. Okay, so you had an answer to this one. You want it again? I'm just checking. Yeah. No. Okay, your memory is back. Objection, you are being argumentative and badgering the witness. Say it again. I couldn't hear you. Your memory is back now? Oh, it was gone? Oh, you've only said you couldn't remember maybe 100 something times a day. Oh, things I didn't remember, right? Okay. You want me to lie? I can lie if you want me to. What do you want me to lie about? Let's mark it as Exhibit 95, tab 44A. So let's skip this. So this was redacted. As y'all can see, whatever this was, it was redacted. Okay. I just heard that correctly, right? It says, I don't know. Objection, compound narrative relevance. So you are laughing and having a lot of fun during that recording. So were you? She said, I was not actually. He says, you were. She says, okay. He said, okay. Why did you find it funny? Why did you find it funny? She says, I'm not laughing. Oh, you were a minute ago. I don't recall. I don't remember. You don't remember why you found it funny? He says, uh-huh. Okay, so you were sharing information you shouldn't, and you were being discreet here, right? Objection, speculation. Objection, relevance to this case, both Hayden and Dixon. They was like, right. He says, I don't recall. On this call, you told Tory confidential information that you knew you shouldn't share, correct? Objection, speculation, relevance. He says, I don't recall. By sharing secrets with Tory, you were showing him that what were his secrets? How do you know what that was a secret? How do you know that that's not public information? How do you know you can't look it up right now? So how is it a secret? Well, because you said, he said, I don't recall. Because you said, quote, what I said, I don't mean nothing. I just said what I said don't mean nothing. I don't recall. She said, so I'm speaking. He said, okay, I just was. She said, sir. He says, ma'am, you said, yeah, I can't tell you because Mitch told me not to because you are our client. So, and then he says, okay. And then she says, you said something that you were not supposed to share. He says, that don't make it the law because that's what I said. Objection, speculation. I'm not talking about the law, Ms. Dixon. Objection. That's also a misstatement of the law. And you were showing him that you were willing to share secrets, weren't you? Objection, speculation. I don't remember nothing. Tory learned he could trust you to pass along information, correct? Objection, speculation. Was that a question? Uh-huh. Oh, he said what? Tory learned he could trust you to pass along confidential information, correct? I don't know what you're talking about. When Tory gives you information about Miss Pete, he knows you will share that too. Who? Objection, speculation. Who's Miss Pete? We've been talking about Miss Pete. Oh, the same person we've been talking about all day? Oh, I don't remember. And that's exactly what Tory wanted, right? Someone who would share his secrets with Miss Cooper. Objection, speculations. And then it says, I don't know nothing. And then here go another redaction. And then it says, objection, speculations, calls for legal conclusion. The witness. And what is considered private information? What are you talking about? Anything that was shared that you just read was public information. So I don't know. I don't remember what you're talking about. I don't know nothing. So she says something again that was redacted. He says, that don't make it the law. That don't make it right. So I'm not talking about the law, okay? That's what you just said, and that I'm divulging something that's private. I ain't divulging nothing that's private. That was made public to me. But to answer your question, I don't remember. It doesn't matter what the information was because you told Tory you were not supposed to tell him. And then you told him, right? Objection, relevance. I don't remember. I don't remember. Luckily, you don't have to remember because I just played back your own voice. Did you? Right? Oh, so you agree with me that I don't agree with you on nothing at all. So another redaction of her question. And then Mr. Hayden, objection, speculation. I don't know what you're talking about. He says, okay, I ain't agreeing with you on nothing since we've been here. So on November the 1st, 2024, you and Miss Cooper dialed each other 3 times. And you spoke to her for almost 22 minutes. And that's reflected in the prior exhibit, the AT&T document, Exhibit 87. And earlier that day, you were texting Miss Cooper and your employee, Miss Jasmine Jameson. I'll mark for the record as Exhibit 96. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's go down. So this is a group chat between Jasmine, yourself, and Miss Cooper. And in this group chat, you text Miss Cooper, Milagro, I need to talk to this guy. I need academics number. Oh, they bringing up academics now. Ooh, okay, let's repeat that. Milagro, I need to talk to this guy. I need academics number. What he is saying makes all the sense in the world, and he is getting your back. I want to talk to this guy. You set that up, please. You tell him the CEO of Unite the People wants to talk to him. You were referring to DJ Academics, correct? I don't remember. You were referring to Tory's friend and blogger, Livingston Allen, also known as DJ Academics, correct? I don't remember. Is there any other academics you know whose number you would be asking for? I don't remember. What did you mean when you texted that? What he is saying makes all the sense in the world. I don't remember. What was DJ Academic saying that made all the sense in the world? I don't remember. What did you mean when you texted Mrs. Cooper that he is getting your back? I do not remember. How was DJ Academics getting Miss Cooper's back? I don't remember. Is Tory paying Cooper through DJ Academics? Oh. Did y'all hear that? Her question was, is Tory paying Cooper through DJ Academics? He says, I don't know who, remember nothing, or know what you were talking about. Why did you need Mrs. Cooper to set up a phone call with DJ Academics? I don't remember. Did you end up having a conversation with DJ Academics? I don't remember. What did you discuss with DJ Academics? I don't remember. Objection, asked and answered. Was Tory present when you spoke to DJ Academics? Objection, speculation. I don't think Tory can be present anywhere from prison, right? Well, could be present on the three-way call. Oh, is that present? Is it? It is. Oh, I didn't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember ever talking to anybody. What do you know of Miss Cooper relationship with DJ Academics? I don't know nothing. Did Tory tell you to talk to Miss Cooper to get connected to DJ Academics? I don't know nothing. On November the 7th, Miss Cooper's phone log shows 7 attempted calls between your phone and hers. And that's on the AT&T Exhibit 87. And on November the 7th, you also text Miss Cooper, can you call me? It's important. Thank you. Exhibit 97, the first text message is what I'm referring to. So then they marked it as identification. So then she says, so what was so important that she needed to call you urgently? He says, I don't remember. Why were you so desperate to reach her on November the 7th? I don't see, he said, I don't see it saying anything about somebody being desperate. But if you mean the same thing you just read, that don't say nothing about desperate. Where it says, can you call me? It's important. I don't remember. You were passing on messages between Tory and Miss Cooper, right? He says, never ever. She said, that's your answer. You remember? He says, did I answer it? She says, you said your memory is back, right? And he says, did I answer it? She says, yeah, you did. He says, okay, what did I say? She says, my follow-up question is, he says, what did I say? Never. And then she says, is your memory? She said, is your memories back? He didn't say it. So then it is never, ever. So your memory is back. I'm just checking. He says, are you saying my memory is gone? She says, you are the one who said you didn't remember for 90%, 98% of my questions today. Actually, 99.9. So you should have picked a different set of questions because for 98% of your questions that you picked, I don't remember. Why? Because you don't like my questions. Because I don't remember. You want me to fake now? If you're telling me to fake on here on camera, tell me to lie on camera. But as of right now, I don't remember nothing. It's just that your memory seems very convenient because you just said you never ever told something. So that one you remember, right? Did I say that? If I said that, then that's what I said. You can't make me unless you're trying to put words in my mouth. Tell me what you want me to say. Because if I don't remember, all I can say is I don't remember. On December the 12th, 2024, you and Miss Cooper attempted to reach each other 6 times. One of the cases you spoke for 6 minutes. You also texted Miss Cooper on December the 12th. And I'm adding as Exhibit 97. Okay, so they marked it for identification. Okay, so here it is. You texted, hey, when you get a chance, if you could give me a call, that would be great, as soon as possible. What was urgent that you needed to discuss with her? I'm reading what is right here. I don't see anything saying that it was urgent. I think that's something that you are just making up. But from right here, I don't remember what it was about. Okay, so you do see the last 4 words that say as soon as possible. I don't see urgent. I see as soon as possible, but I don't see urgent. Okay, and what do you, well, it says, and what do the words as soon as possible indicate? A sense of urgency to you? No, it indicates as soon as possible. And what does that mean? As soon as possibly can. But can you say that in different words? As soon as possible? I could say that in Swahili. You didn't say no rush, right? No, I didn't say no rush. Right. No, I just said as soon as possible. So you said the opposite of no rush, as in it's important. What is opposite of no rush? You tell me. I don't know. You the one that know all the words. I don't remember. Remember? The following day, December the 13th of 2024, right after your urgent or as soon as possible text message, Miss Cooper posted on social media. She didn't post the day before. Marking is tab 17. So they marked that as identification. It says Miss Cooper posted about your interview with TMZ, quoting from our direct lead, quote, Tory Lanez, his father, Sunstar Peterson, and blogger MilagroGramz are firing back at claims from Megan Thee Stallion's lawyers that they are conspiring to spread misinformation and harass the Roc Nation's rapper, and a complaint filed this week. These allegations largely stem from jailhouse phone calls from Tory, Sunstar, and Milagro, real name Milagro Cooper. But Ceasar McDowell, CEO of United People, says his client is a victim of a calculated legal takedown. So that's just a few hours from your call me as soon as possible text. That's what you were discussing, right? Objection. Compound narrative. I didn't see you said I discuss anything. I thought you said I text something. Where does it say I discuss something? I'm asking you. I don't see what you are saying. Your TMZ article is what you wanted to discuss with Ms. Cooper as soon as possible, correct? I don't remember. So the day after your as soon as possible text to Ms. Cooper, she posts your TMZ article about Tory Lanez and Megan Pete, correct? I don't know. You said it, not me. You did a TMZ interview about this case, correct? Probably. You spoke to Tory before that interview, right? I don't remember ever speaking to him. You spoke to Ms. Cooper before the interview, right? I don't remember speaking to her. You were coordinating your public message with both of them, weren't you? Objection, speculation. I never coordinated nothing with anybody. I don't know what you were talking about. You wanted everyone telling the same story and promoting the same message, correct? He says objection, speculation, argumentative. You are saying I wanted? What did I want? Why would I want something? Is that your answer? Yeah, that's my answer. Okay, so marking exhibit 100 tab 18. Mrs. Dixon, I just had 92. We have to take a break in a minute. I'm going to have to get some Tylenol. What time did I take my Tylenol at? What time was our lunch? What was the lunch break? Was it lunch break when I took the Tylenol? It was before lunch break. We're still on the record, guys. We'll get to it. I'm not giving none of that. My head is throbbing over here. I need medicine. Do you need a break right now? Yes. Okay, let's go off the record and let's take a break. So they went on break from 3:32 p.m. to 4:01 p.m. All right, for y'all that are still here, if y'all can take a look, we are on page 201 of page 509. Y'all give me 1 second. All right, let's continue. Recess was taken. Okay, so they're back. I don't think I got 100. We haven't passed it out yet. Okay, so let me play you a clip from a phone conversation you had with Tory on November the 1st. And for the audio, it's tab 59A. And then we will be marking everything as exhibit 100. The transcript will be 100B. Video will be 100A. Exhibit 100A was marked as identification. Okay, so let's scroll on through this. Okay. Miss High Peach, she said, that was good. If we can raise the volume, that would be better. Of course. She said, perfect. Thank you. What would you like? Well, she says, would you like to start the clip? Okay, so they start the clip, obviously. All right, let's go right here. Okay, so what did you understand Tory to mean when he asked if the two of you should do another bailout? I do not know. Have you heard the word bailout? I don't know. So how come he is saying another bailout, indicating that there were a prior bailout? I remember they bailed out the banks. That might be what's happening. I don't know. Who bailed out the banks? I think the government bailed out the banks. Okay, so why would Tory be saying you don't think we should do another bailout? Probably talking politics. I do not know. I don't remember. Okay, why did you and Tory frequently talk about politics? I don't remember everything we talked about. Okay, but you think he is talking to you about politics, right? I don't know. Do you identify with the Democratic or Republican Party? Objection, relevance. He says, I don't know. You don't know? You don't have a preferred party? The House Party is good sometimes. Is Tory saying you and UTP have bailed out others in the past by bailout? I don't know. Tory funded this campaign run under UTP's name to improve his public image, right? Objection, speculation. I don't know. What did you understand Tory to mean when he said, quote, like, get some cheap ones and the way you can still give money to the firm? I do not know. Tory is saying that he could pay for cheaper bails of UTP clients, right? I don't know. And you understand Tory to also mean that UTP could take a portion of his money too, right? Objection, speculation. The witness. I don't know. So UTP could use Tory's money for his own purposes, right? Objection, speculation. I don't know what you're talking about. And you acknowledge that paying for people's bails might be another good look, right? Paying for people's bails? United People don't pay for nobody's bails. Quote, may be another good look. What were you talking about there? I don't remember, but I know Unite the People don't bail nobody. Bail bond officers do bails, not law firms. You guys do bails? And you guys pay the bail bond officers. What bail bonds? Unite the People don't do no bail bonds. So what is the bailout you and Tory are talking about here? I don't remember. You are advising Tory as to his public relations and image, right? In this conversation. Objection, speculation. I don't remember. And you claim that you should, quote, make it bigger this time, with Tory donating $100,000. He says, I don't know. So let's read back your words that we just heard. Yeah, could do that. But I tell you what we do. We make it bigger this time. Tory Lanez donated $100,000 and he's still 30. You know what I mean? What did you mean? I don't remember. So Tory was planning to donate $100,000 to Unite the People, correct? Objection, speculation. I don't remember. Correct? I don't remember. Did Tory donate $100,000 to UTP? I don't remember what he donated. Then you tell Tory, oh, damn it. But yeah, we could do some SHIT. Like, I really want to holler at you about Miss Milagro SHIT and my ideas and see what you think, because I got to get onto the, and it says indiscriminable. What were you talking about? It was indiscriminable to me too. I don't know. And she says, well, only one word is indiscriminable. Indiscernible. I'm sorry. I'm saying it all kind of wrong. Excuse me. We've been on here for almost 4 hours. My eyes getting cross-eyed. Okay, so y'all excuse me. The rest are fine. So, was it? I don't know. What were you talking about? What ideas did you have regarding Milagro SHIT? Mrs. Dixon. Objection calls for a legal strategy, calls for an attorney-client privilege in work product. I don't know. What what ideas did you have about Milagro's case? Objection asked and answered. I don't know. You don't know or you don't remember. I don't know if I remember. That's a good, that's a new one. Is it? Yeah, that's a new one. You're telling Tory about his interactions with Miss Cooper, right? I don't remember. Why are you reporting back to Tory if it's not to tell your favorite client about another client? Objection, speculation. Whose litigation he's sponsoring and funding? Objection, speculation. I don't remember. I could have swore I said my favorite client was Alan McIntosh, but I'm sure you guys already have it. No, you said that it was the most high profile client. No, you actually have never told me who your favorite client is. Then why do you just say he was my favorite? You are making it up. I'm assuming. Oh, you shouldn't assume. It makes, I mean, tell me who is your favorite client? Objection, asked and answered. I don't remember. You don't remember. Uh-huh. So is it Tory? Objection, speculation. Assuming facts is not in evidence. I mean, you only talk to him at least twice a week. Who? Objection, argumentative. Tory on a recorded line. I don't remember. How often do you talk to Tory not on a recorded line? Tory who? Tory Lanez, Daystar Peterson. Oh, that rapper guy? Yep. I think he is a singer. He can sing. I don't know. I don't remember talking to him. I told you I was deaf until I met you. Okay, you've been coordinating with both Tory and Miss Cooper, asking them for their thoughts on new ideas to improve Tory's public image and get them out of prison or get him out of prison, right? Objection, speculation. I don't even know what you just said. I was talking to who about what? You've been coordinating with both Tory and Miss Cooper regarding Miss Cooper's case, correct? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, UTP issued a press release about Tory's deposition in this litigation, and I'm marking it as Exhibit 101. Okay, so they marked that as identification. Let's continue. Okay, so it says, okay, so this exhibit is an Instagram post, and it's a joint posting of yours, Ceasar McDowell Instagram account and United People Instagram account, which, as you know, running dual accounts, you have to approve through both accounts to get it posted on two separate accounts. And he says, do you? She says, that's one post. Yes. He says, I don't know. She says, okay, so this joint posting includes a screenshot of a press release which is titled Unite the People Inc. CEO Ceasar McDowell sets the record straight on the deposition in RE to Tory Lanez. As read, however you say it. Lately, I haven't been responding to all the rhetoric in the media. And then you go on, Megan Thee Stallion's lawyers continue to try to give the appearance that, you know, their case against Milagro Cooper is successfully progressing by giving their, quote, supposed mouthpiece, Megan Cuniff, and all other persons media or non-media wrong information. And then you go on to explain that Tory Lanez is not a party to Megan Thee Stallion's lawsuit against UTP client Milagro Cooper. And therefore, UTP, is not obligated to produce Tory Lanez for deposition, nor did UTP agree or disagree to the deposition of Mr. Lanez or any other potential witnesses. By law, Megan's lawyers can depose any person they believe possesses useful information to the case. To imply UTP is going along with Megan's wishes or somehow is being manipulated into going along is simply wrong, as everything else Mrs. Cuniff and others have said. Despite her efforts to show she's the most useful of ignorant tools to Megan's counsel, she is repeatedly wrong about what is really happening in this case. Lastly, if you know Tory Lanez how I do, Good luck trying to get him to testify to anything. It's just not what he does, and he definitely did not agree to testify now. Ceasar McDowell, CEO, Unite the People, Inc. Do you recall that? I see it on the paper. You were talking about? Uh-huh. I see it on the paper. Yep, and the caption says, from Ceasar McDowell regarding Tory Lanez deposition rumors. That's a statement you wrote, right? The caption said, what? From Ceasar McDowell regarding Tory Lanez deposition rumors. I don't see that. Okay, look at mid-lower page. Are you talking about right here? No, a little lower. Right there. The one sentence here. It says at Ceasar McDowell, not from Ceasar McDowell. No, it says from at Ceasar McDowell regarding hashtag. Yeah, it does say from at Cesar, but I didn't see that. Excuse me. Okay, I'm not on social media. I'm a regular guy. Okay, but this is a statement you wrote? I don't know who wrote it. Okay, well, it has your name on it. So you approved it, right? I don't know. You don't know if you approved a really bold statement posted both from your Instagram account and Unite the People? Has your name up top in the screenshot? Has your name on the bottom? Oh, wow. And look, it has your verified Instagram account commenting on the same post. Does it? Is that you? Objection, argumentative. Well, I don't know. Just because you raised your voice don't make it true. I've learned that. Actually, I don't think I've raised my voice. I do, but I'm just saying my opinion. My opinion and your opinion might be different, but I see where it says Ceasar McDowell. I see where it says Megan Cunham. I see where it says Tory's lawyers. So what? Okay, this is a statement you made, correct? I don't recall. Okay, it's a statement you signed off on, right? I don't recall. Actually, seems kind of ironic because you are kind of doing the same thing today, right? What is that? You're good luck trying to get him to testify to anything. Objection, speculation. You stated numerous times today that you are not going to tell me anything. I don't know nothing to tell you. I don't recall. Why is UTP making public statements about Tory's deposition in Ms. Cooper's case? I don't recall. Did Tory ask you to issue this press release? Objection, speculation, lacks foundation. The witness. I don't recall. Tory told you ahead of time he wasn't going to cooperate with this deposition, didn't he? Objection, speculation, lacks foundation. The witness. I don't recall. You knew Tory was planning to refuse to answer questions, correct? Same objections. I don't recall. But you didn't warn Miss Pete's lawyers, did you? Same objections. I don't recall. Who is Miss Pete? Instead, you issued a press. Who is Miss Pete? I asked the question. You're not going to tell me, okay? Go ahead. Sir, I don't know who Miss Pete is. You are being disruptive because that's the 8th time you asked me who Miss Pete is. And you know well that both in the admissions or dominant, or however to say that. Oh, I ain't got time for this. But anyway, y'all know what that word is. In the beginning of my deposition and throughout the deposition, we have repeatedly answered and clarified who Miss Pete is. Megan Pete, Megan and Stallion. I forgot. I'm sorry. Instead, you issued a press release supporting Tory's non-cooperation, correct? I don't recall. UTP doesn't normally issue press releases about depositions, do they? I don't know. You made an exception for Tory, didn't you? I don't know. Objection, speculation. This shows Tory uses UTP to shape public opinion, doesn't it? Objection, speculation. It says number. I don't know nothing about that. What information did you communicate to Ms. Cooper about Tory's deposition? That's the question? Sure. What was it again? Say it again. What information did you communicate to Ms. Cooper about Tory's deposition? Can you read that back to me? Go ahead. I don't think he likes my voice anymore. So it shows as following: Miss Cooper, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's go. So it says, I don't recall ever communicating anything to Miss Cooper about anything. And it says, okay, let's mark as Exhibit 102. Okay, so they did all that. Let's scroll down. This is from Miss Cooper live stream on April the 15th, 2025, right after Tory's deposition had been terminated for his misconduct. Oh, I remember this. Okay, so let's keep reading. Y'all should too, but let's get into some tea, honey. Some tea. All right, so let's get into it. This is from Ms. Cooper's live stream on April 15, 2025, right after Tory's deposition had been terminated for his misconduct. Ms. Cooper is referring to the press release you put out there before Tory's deposition that Tory would not cooperate with his deposition, correct? He says, I don't recall. You spoke to Tory before his deposition, correct? I don't recall speaking to him ever. You told Tory not to cooperate, correct? Objection, speculation, Racks, foundation. I ain't never told nobody nothing. Who is Miss Henderson? You don't know? You don't remember? Miss Henderson is another attorney at our firm. Oh, okay, thank you. Let's mark Exhibit 103, tab 19A1. Okay, so they do all that. So here we go. So we just heard Miss Cooper continuation of that live. And she's asserting that people are jealous of her because of her proximity and close relationship to Tory or with Tory, right? Objection, speculation, lacks foundation. I don't know what she's saying. You have to ask her. I don't know. Well, we just listen together. That means you know. Some people who have some feelings about my proximity to Daystar, and you do understand Ms. Cooper to be asserting that people are also jealous about her special relationship with Tory, right? I don't know. And Tory's dad, where she says, Tory, daddy loved me. I think, quote, I think people feel a way about the fact that Tory daddy loves me, unquote. Same objections. Do you hear that? I see it on the paper. I don't know what it means. Did you supply Ms. Cooper with any information concerning Tory's conduct at this deposition? Objection, speculation lacks foundation, the witness. I don't know nothing about that. So despite Mrs. Cooper publicly declaring how much Tory and Tory dad loves her, it says in the fact that she suddenly also became your client after Tory is your client, you are saying you don't know anything about that. Well, we have a lot of clients that became our client after Tory became our client. I know that, but I don't know anything about, you should ask her. You said you got her name on it. So give me another example of a client you got because of Tory. You just said you have a lot. I got a lot of clients after Tory. I didn't say anything about a client that I got because of Tory. Well, we're talking specifically about Milagro Cooper. Being your client. Because Tory and Tory's dad love her so much. Then you should specifically ask her. Mrs. Dixon then chimes in and says, objection, calls for speculation, and so does Hayden. So even with how much Tory, your client, and someone you talked to 97 times in a few months, who did I talk to 97 times? Tory. Okay. Miss Cooper is talking about how the person you talk to frequently loves her so much. And you are telling me you don't share information about each other's cases. Objection, speculation. You said that somebody that I talk to frequently, I talk to his daddy frequently. Tory. I'm talking about Tory. I thought you said Tory daddy loves me. Now you are saying that he loves her? Who is who? Everyone loves everyone. Okay, I love you too. What the hell? Okay, are you telling me Tory never told you to relay information to Miss Cooper about his deposition in her cases? Tory has never told me nothing about nothing. I don't remember him telling me nothing ever. So does that mean nothing about nothing? I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, but you remember that he told you nothing about nothing? Objection, vague and ambiguous, argumentative. I don't remember. On May 14, 2025, UTP held a press conference accusing Roc Nation of trying to have Tory Lanez unalived in prison to prevent the truth from coming out and exposing Miss Pete as a perpetrated or purported perjurer. I'm sorry. Okay, we at 4 hours, y'all. We just hit 4 hours. I'm gonna read a few more pages and then we're gonna stop. Okay, so exposing Miss P as a perpetrator, I still perjurer. I'm sorry. Anyway, continue. Do you recall that? Can I answer? Can I answer that? Uh-huh. Okay, you just said a whole lot of things that were wrong. You said United People had a press conference that United People said that Roc Nation. What did you say Roc Nation was supposed to try to unalive him? What did you say? Did you disagree that United People held a press conference accusing Roc Nation of trying to have Tory Lanez unalived in prison? He says, I 1000% know that United People, none of United People staff has ever said that Roc Nation was trying to unalive Tory Lanez in prison. Okay, let's take a look. He said, let's take a look. And then she said, objection as to relevance. It's not during the time period of the lawsuit. Your lawsuit was on October the 24th or somewhere in 2024. That's when it started. This is after pendency of the lawsuit. And none of the allegations in your complaint are covered by this activity. She says, okay, Exhibit 104. Okay, so they give that out. It says, okay, I think we are ready to play. So then it says, this is Walter Roberts from Unite the People, right? That's him. Okay. And what is his role at Unite the People? Is he a lawyer? He's an employer. He's an employee. Employer of what kind of employee would you classify him as? One of the ones we pay. He's an employee. Okay. And when he introduced himself at this press conference, he called himself a legal consultant. What does that mean? Oh, that must be he is a legal consultant. Okay, what does that mean? That he consults legally? What is Mr. Roberts' involvement in Tory criminal case? He must be consulted legally, you just said. What work did Mr. Roberts do on Tory Lanez criminal case? You'd have to ask him. I don't know. As the CEO of Unite the People, you don't know what work your employee did on a case? No. Does your employer know every work you do on every case? What is Mr. Roberts' involvement with this civil lawsuit? I couldn't possibly know. He doesn't work on Miss Cooper case. That's what Mrs. High-Petion asked. Cesar then says, I couldn't possibly know. Okay, before the press conference, did you know Ms. Roberts was going to accuse Roc Nation and Miss Pete of being involved in Tory's stabbing? Objection, speculation, lack foundation. Actually, guys, the foundation is set. So we're looking at the statement from Walter Roberts, quote, the only party that responded was last week was Megan Pete's representative with the request for more information. A few days later, Mr. Peterson is brutally attacked in a jail cell. Now, pause. We all saw the video. It was like on the stairway case. So we all saw that video. Okay, so let's continue. It says, okay, objection, speculation. Objection. It's also outside of the scope of your complaint. Did you approve Mr. Roberts' statement before he made it? Objection, relevance. Now, you were asking a couple different questions. The original question that you asked me was, did Unite the People staff say that Roc Nation tried to unalive Tory Lanez? And from what the video you just showed me and a piece of paper you were putting in front of me, nowhere on there or on here does it say anything about Unite the People saying Roc Nation tried to unalive Tory Lanez. Okay, so let's make it one. She said, let's take it one by one. She said, let's do it. What does it say? Can you tell me what it says? Okay. Later, there's a word request. That's a lot. No, it says the only party that responded was Megan Pete's representatives And what does it mean to you, making Pete's representatives? It doesn't mean Roc Nation is trying to unalive Tory Lanez. I don't see that nowhere.